Hey y'all, happy Monday. Success sessions, man. Y'all already know we about to get started with Miss Simone. Man, how was your weekend though? I was working all weekend. Shout out to Miss Emma though. I told her my back was killing me, and guess what? I got a nice little rolly ergonomic chair right now. There go Miss Simone.
Good morning.
Hey.
We are back.
What's up, Miss Simone? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Man, how you doing?
I'm all right. I'm
I
getting
love
there.
that shirt.
Thank you.
I love it. let me let me let me get a little picture of that. That's nice though. That's nice. I like that.
Okay. One of my favorites. I'm like, let's bust it out for the people.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Man, you know your boy been on it first thing in the morning. I say, yo, let us get started first and then we go on.
We're gonna ease into it. Yes. Look, let me show you. The success sessions have the people going, okay, they are up, they
And
ready, ready.
that's what's up. That makes me so happy because it's like, man, you actually doing something and being productive, and instead of waiting for somebody to set your schedule, you setting your own schedule and taking your growth into your own hands. Like, I love it, man.
It's so key. It's so important. And I'm like, if you get this now, you can't go wrong. It's only gonna
You
make
can't.
you the future. You're really gonna stop accepting less. You're gonna be like, you don't have a schedule for the day? You just let people tell you what to do? Oh, baby.
Where they do that at?
What is going on? This is not okay.
Oh God,
I know.
you are crazy. So you got a special guest today?
I hope so, yes. If Mar can get on,
He
he
can. I'm about to get ready to send him the code right now. Yo, he was on it early this morning. Where the code? Where the code? Where the code? I said, yo, let us get settled first, and I got you. I'm gonna send it to you. Like you ain't gonna miss it. I love it though. I love because when you hungry for success and when you hungry for growth, like you ain't got no time to waste. You just on it. I
oh,
love it, yo.
I am so proud. That makes me so happy.
I
And
know, right?
I don't know how many people we can put, but if anyone else, we could do like little 10-minute session. If anyone else wants us to look at your schedule and see how can you get more specific with your goals for the week, adding more specific times, how do you like, figure out what's urgent versus what's important? Like those are all the things I want us to talk about today so you can maximize your time and
Hey,
really
y'all heard that? Miss Simone said if you want to get on, hit us up. I'll
yeah.
send you the code. You can get on. Your time to shine, man. Talk about what you want to talk about. Get your life right. Miss Simone, get everybody life right today.
So, okay, we're all gonna get our life right. So I'm not gonna lie, I feel good. This is the highlight of my day. It gets me going, and then I'm like, okay, I
I
can.
know, right? I
Yeah.
know. Man, I love it. I love it so much. And it's good to see young people involved. Yo, our guest lineup.
Good morning.
Hi, Mar. Good morning.
Hey, Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing great.
Yes, blessed and
I
highly.
did 30 minutes of home workout, so I'm glad.
Already this morning?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Huh?
What did you do for your workout?
Um. So basically, it wasn't my workout. It was actually a workout on the TV. So basically, I don't know if y'all know him, but his name is Troy Barber, and he like do workouts on YouTube and stuff like that. So I just followed everything he was doing. He was doing like punches and stuff. He was doing high kicks. He was doing I don't know what that thing called, but it's like you drop on the floor and then you do jumping jacks. It was like so much. So
Oh, like burpees and stuff. That
yeah.
drop his name one more time, just in case somebody else wants to do a 30.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, that'll be good. Y'all would be proud. I got a little workout in today too. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey.
All right. See, when you make a daily schedule, you kind of hold yourself accountable, you know, like you can have accountability partner too, but it all starts with yourself. So when you write stuff down, it makes you feel like, oh crap, like I said I was gonna work out and I didn't just say it, I wrote it down. Now it's looking at me, I'm looking at it. Did I work out or not? So that is
That's awesome. That's awesome. And don't you feel better? Oh, y'all look like y'all like no.
I thought you were talking to Simone.
I'm talking to both of y'all. Like, don't you just feel better when you work out? Or, you know, maybe it ain't hit y'all yet.
still marinating.
It ain't hit y'all yet.
No, I felt good. I like it because if anything, it like I like checking things off my list. Like that gives me gratification. Like I said I was gonna do something and I did it. Like that really gets me going. What about you, Mar? Did you feel better?
I'm starting to get used to it because when I first made my schedule, I remember talking to you that Friday after school was canceled for 2 weeks. And you like, Mom, we gotta find a schedule. We gotta like do something to keep you productive, to keep you working and stuff. I'm like, I got you, Miss Simone. I got you, Miss Simone. Then I think 2 days later, when I came to Virginia, I would start making my schedule, and I would be like waking up, eating healthy breakfast, doing workout, and then doing success sessions, and then after that, focus on my music for the rest of the day. And that has been my goal since I think now past 2 weeks. So yeah, I think the schedule is definitely helping me out being more productive. And yesterday, I was so tired because I had 4 Zoom meetings, and after that, I just went to sleep. Like I fell asleep. Like I was just so tired. So it just messed up my schedule yesterday. I was like, dang. But I'm proud of myself because I still contribute and I did my part.
That's awesome. And I like how you just said you had 4 meetings, but you ain't give no details about what those meetings were because they were pretty important.
Yes.
Oh, hey. So the meetings we had yesterday, right? The first meeting was like an introduction, and they was like giving us like details of what we're gonna be doing that day. The second meeting was with the health Baltimore Health or Maryland Health actually, the Maryland Health Center, and we was basically talking about how oh no, it wasn't health center, it was the food center. It was like the food banker or so. And it was talking about how they going to like deliver food to not only elderlies but youth. And it was talking about like make it I don't know what it's called. It's called, I forgot what it's called though. I don't know what it's called, but they was thinking. Oh, right. All right. So they was thinking about helping the youth out by like delivering meals to their doorstep because not everybody can leave their house with the coronavirus, and that's like unsafe. And they were trying to make the youth like be safe during this coronavirus time because there is food sites to go to if you're hungry and if your child hungry too. So they want to like keep us safe and keep us productive in the household. So they like planning on like bringing food to our houses. The second meeting was with Dr. Santalisa, which is the CEO of Baltimore City Public Schools, and we was basically talking about actually, we didn't get to talk at all. The youth did not get to talk at all. It was basically like, the adults talking throughout the whole time. So they was basically talking about technology and how they want to send Chromebooks to everybody's house and stuff. To me, I felt like the conversation was very boring because like I felt like we didn't get our answers. So like somehow it got to our answers because they kept talking, and I felt like they gave us very important information. What they oh yeah, they said like how the youth is affected by the school closings and how they're not gonna like keep the youth not productive because the thing that Dr. Santalisa said, she said was I don't want our students to be productive for the next school year or so. So I think that meeting was very interesting, and I was kind of upset because we didn't get to talk as much, and I felt like they was talking about us more than we was like got a chance to talk to Dr. Cynthia Reese's. The fourth meeting actually. The fourth meeting was the Maryland House Center. It's this lady that have a school, like a school of nursing kind of thing, and basically I was giving them ideas of like making carry bags and stuff like to provide hand sanitizer, tissues, Lysol wipes and stuff, so like people can stay clean and people can have be healthy throughout this time. So I think that's the 4 meetings we had. Yeah.
Oh, you on it.
Wow, on it, man, and honest. I love it. Cam helped you out in the comment. She said it was the Children and Family Success director.
Okay. For the
Which
fourth.
one was that?
For I think that's for the first meeting.
Okay. For the first.
Oh,
That's awesome.
that was like the food bank. I think they said that was a food bank or something, like the Maryland Food Bank or something. Probably so. They work with the mayor office. So
Yeah, I'm sure that the food bank was probably on there as well. But she's talking about the people that were from the mayor's office, the Children and Family Success Director, and the Department of Health too.
Yeah.
Yay, Cam, helping you out in these comments.
I can't see the comments.
Huh?
How can I see the comments?
Oh, you got to be on a separate device with YouTube pulled up.
Oh, okay. Let me do that.
On the meeting.
Yo, these kids, y'all, I cannot. Man, so what we talking about, Miss Simone? You said scheduling and like what else? What else around it?
Yes, we're talking about how to like make your schedule, stick to it, how to adjust. I was gonna use Mars as an example because, like I said, once we first found out that school was gonna be closed, I'm like, okay, this is the time for you to start making a schedule because while everyone else is gonna be like, la di da di da, school is out, what's going on, freaking out. If you can start getting a schedule for yourself, it'll be an effortless transition. Maybe a few hiccups, but if you can start getting a routine for yourself, you'll feel okay and you'll feel calm. And you need, like I said, as humans, we need structure and order. So trying to figure out what that looks like. So I was gonna ask Marta show. He kind of already talked about his schedule. He talked about getting up first, working out, having a healthy breakfast, getting on success sessions from 10 to 3 is key. And then afterwards, he was gonna work on his music. So I feel like that was a great start. And then I just wanted to like give you some tips on how to like hone in on it even more. And just think about some of your goals too. Like how do you incorporate your goals throughout your daily schedule? So the first thing I always say when I'm making my schedule is like getting my morning routine. That's your first thing because if you can start the day off right, usually, no matter what happens, if you get on a good foot, you can stay connected, okay, on your path the rest of the time. So I always say like write down the like 3 things you're gonna do in the morning. So mine is like get up, read my devotional, get some praise and worship, get all the positivity, say some affirmations. I am powerful. I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. I have valuable things to say. I have stuff to contribute that the world needs to hear. I need to speak up. And I say all that stuff over your life. So I would say, what is that first thing that you're going to do in the morning to get your mood right? Whether that's meditating, praying, listening to your favorite song. And I really encourage speaking those positive affirmations over your life, especially the thing, you already like today is going to be a good day. You're going to say it 3 times. Okay. Then are you going to get in the shower, eat some breakfast, whatever, what you need to do that. Then the next thing is starting to structure like, okay, what are my goals? Like what is important to me for this week? And then maybe like this month, like what do I want to accomplish? And then maybe like some stuff this year. So obviously, like maybe learning through things, completing your packets, like some of those bigger goals just to get you like in the mindset. So I don't know if you mind if I share about how you were thinking about going to another school. Is that okay? Or you don't want to talk about that? Mark, can't hear you.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, you can.
Okay. So one of Mark's goals is to go get into Cristo Rey. And so there's an application for that. So maybe like one of your goals is to like get into college or to start your business or something big, how can I work on that every week so that I'm getting towards my goal and being specific? So one thing that me and Mar did, we said every Wednesday, we're going to check in for an hour and we're going to go over his application together, look over some sentences, figure out what are some next steps. Like we still have this part where like they're asking for all your family statements and income, all this stuff. I don't know how to do it. He doesn't know how to do it. So now we need to figure out who we're going to email to find out the answers, So like kind of working through that stuff, setting consistent days where you can really work on things that are kind of like long-term goals, but also like every day I'm going to work out. Every day I'm going to get on success sessions. Then maybe on Wednesdays, I'm going to focus on my business. Or Thursdays, I'm going to focus on applying to reaching out and sending emails to scholarship people that I'm interested in going to college to. Maybe I'm going to set up once a week, a 30-minute meeting with my mentor that I used to connect with all the time. But now, since, everything is going on, we haven't been able to be consistent, but I still want to connect with them and reach out to them. Let me set up a 30-minute meeting, stuff like that. So kind of like how you can like start thinking about your big goals and incorporating it throughout the week so that you can stay consistent. And then another important tip that I try to do is like I write out all of my tasks, like just little things, and I separate them between like professional and personal. So I write all my tasks like professionally, like, do I need to check emails? Do I need to finish my academic packet? Do I need to, what are some other things? What are some other like professional, what are things that come up? You said you get on meetings, do I need to like send some notes from the meetings that I just took, that I attended on?
Yeah, I got like 4 pages of notes from yesterday, from the meeting. So yeah, I definitely was taking notes on the meeting and stuff like that. And not only that, um, behind like the application for Crystal Ray, I also been emailing the admissions office too.
Yes. Like, do I need to send any emails to the admissions office? Like, what are my follow-up tasks from the things that I did last week that I need to incorporate this week so that I can follow up? And just kind of write it all down like a running list just to get it out of your brain. Because a lot of the times you keep it up here, you might forget, you start feeling overwhelmed and stressed. Think about what you did last week. What are the follow-up items from each week? Make a list of the things that you want to like work on this week. Like, what did I do last week? What are the follow-up items for it? This is what I need to focus on this week. So maybe maybe you want to type up the notes and send them out to all the heartbeats and Miss Joni that was on the call. Maybe she didn't even ask you to do that, but that's just like thinking ahead, being productive, next step forward. If there was some questions that you still didn't get answered from some of those conversations, maybe you can type up those questions and then that's an email that you want to send out this week to get some answers and some follow-up. So then once you write out all your lists for the professional academic side, then you can go to your personal side. So like, this is where I'm like, oh goodness, I told my grandma I was gonna call her back last week. I never did. I was supposed to check in with my friend because I'm supposed to be taking care of my self-care, still staying connected, but I want it to be on my time, not just people calling me whenever and I feel like I have to answer. Maybe I told my mom I was gonna clean up my room, fold some clothes, like all that other personal stuff, write that out too. So once you have your long professional list, academic list, and your personal list, then you got to start prioritizing. So the way you prioritize is what's urgent. So urgent has like a time, like a deadline. Like this, if I don't do this by 10 o'clock tonight, I'm going to miss out on my opportunity, or people aren't going to take me seriously because I said on the call I was going to send out notes tomorrow and now it's tomorrow and there are no notes. Like urgent is something like you put a timeline, there's a deadline on it. And then there's also important. So first you want to organize your list. Like, is there a timeline, a deadline that needs to be met? I'm going to work on those things first in the earlier part of my week so that I can like try to knock those out. And then other things that are important to you, but maybe don't have a deadline, then you can start organizing those. So like how important is this for me to complete? Is this a really personal goal that I've been working on for a long time? Like I need to like start working on that. Is this like someone that I really have been wanting to reach out to? Maybe I'll work on that next and try to like organize it that way. And then the same thing with your personal list. Is this urgent? Is your mom expecting your room to be clean by tomorrow? You don't need to make her mad. Do that first. Then you can call your friend. Then you can fold some clothes and maybe fold some clothes and talk to your friend, but like start organizing it that way so that when you go to your Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you can start putting in things from your list based on the most urgent things first, like the things that have dates and timelines, and then you can organize it by like what's important. Does that make sense?
It does, but I definitely got some questions, Miss Simone.
Oh, come on.
I definitely got some questions, and my questions are more so for the people who aren't as on top of it as Ma is. Like Ma, he's definitely exceptional. Cam, definitely exceptional. Like we can see the difference between them and other kids who are their age, just on the simple fact that they already had that self motivation to try to do more.
Yeah.
For somebody who may be watching the replay, right, and thinking like, "Dang, I don't have none of that stuff together. Like, I don't even know where to start."
Right.
Where would that person start if they feel overwhelmed, if they feel like, yeah, I got goals, I want to do things with my life, but I just don't even know where to start with that? What's your advice to that person?
Yeah, that's fair. Like feeling like where do I even start? But that's when like at least get a morning routine. Like get yourself like we always say there's nothing better than investing in yourself and your get that morning routine so you can start feeling like you have a purpose, something to get up. I'm gonna get on this morning routine and then connect with someone, whether it be a youth like Mar and Cam who's on some like who are doing things that are active and ask them like what are some things that you do? This is what I'm thinking about that I want to do. How did you navigate this? Or connect with a mentor, one of the heartbeat mentors. Where can I start? Because a lot of the times, like you won't even know. You're so in your own head. You feel like there's nothing you can do. And trust me, Miss Joni, some of the other heart, we have about 50 million things we know that you could do and be working on. So I would try to schedule, I would get your morning routine, at least set that so you're starting to be consistent and you have some about your life and yourself and you're getting active and at least you're setting a standard for how you want to start your days. And then I would schedule time to talk to a peer mentor and an adult mentor and start thinking and talking through things. Ask them questions like, how do you start getting involved in meetings? Like I heard Mar was on for me. How did you get involved with that? That's something that I'm interested in. How did you start your business? How did you even start? Like, I'm interested in that. How did you start getting good grades in school? What made you want to go to Cristo Rey? Like, really think about those questions and then find someone that can help you and answer them. Then come back and watch this video and then prioritize your list, personal and professional, and start doing that. Like, okay, last week I talked to Miss Joni and I talked to Mar. These are some of the follow-up things that we talked about. What do I need to do this week based on those conversations that I had? What's urgent? What has a deadline? What's important? Stuff like that. And then plan your day out that way. And then try to do like consistently meet with people for maybe like a month just to get your as you're getting yourself together. Do you mind if we talk 30 minutes every Monday until I can get myself like on a consistent schedule and I feel like I have an account, you know, like a handle on this, and then you'll start seeing changes.
Cam said they should try to get peer motivation. Ma, I definitely want to get your take on that. So I was on a live, one of the hubbies that put me on their live, right, on Saturday. And they were talking about how people their age, teenagers, was like being negative towards them because they associated with HeartSmiles and telling them like, I don't know why you deal with them. I don't know why you deal with Miss Joni. They ain't nothing. They fake this, that, and the third. They're peers. So it's interesting that Cam said peer motivation. So, so how do you how do you determine like how to get the right type of peer motivation, and like what do you do personally when you get that negative motivation from your peers? Because I realize how powerful peer motivation is, but I'm definitely interested in your perspective.
Me, um, I don't listen to his peers. They always like tell me like HeartSmiles not good for you. You need to start doing this. You need to start doing that. You being too professional. You being too nice and stuff like that. Um, I look at them as like haters, and I look at them as like they don't want to see me successful at all. The only peers I actually need is the people in HeartSmiles because I know that we all have the same goals. Well, we might have different goals, but we all we all want to be leaders, and we always want to lead lead projects and stuff like that. So yeah, all I gotta say is like connect yourself with people like that want to see you successful. And that could be an adult, it could be a mentor, it could be your own parent, it could be your brother and sister. Like, connect with those people more than you connect with those peers that don't want to see you successful at all.
Hold on. Did you say somebody told you that you were too professional?
Yes, definitely. They said I'm fake and stuff like that because they said that it's favoritism in HeartSmiles. It was somebody that used to come to your program, and they was texting me and saying, "Oh, why you on Miss Joni live? You stay on her live and stuff like that." So, I mean, it is what it is. I do what I have to do, and I want to become more than just being a dummy and then just not like learning nothing and not being productive. Because I could be sitting down all day watching TV. I could be sitting down eating unhealthy snacks, but I'm sitting here on success sessions, working out, making myself become better, working on my music.
I know that's right. Yo, yo, that's great. I swear, that's probably like the hardest thing about success and like going to the top is where you see the people who fall off, where you see them just being miserable. And it's like you don't even be mad at them. It's like you just feel sorry for them. Like, man, like, yo, I wish he was here. Like, I wish he was here. Let's see. Cam said, I feel like you know when a person is a good peer motivator based on how they carry you and how they react to yourself or how they react to your success, even the minor ones. Absolutely. Ms. Trina said, it's good to have someone who holds you accountable, someone you check in with. Absolutely. And Cam said, also based off of what they do and how they carry other people as well, you know their potential to motivate you as well. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Ms. Vanier said, Ma, you're awesome. I knew that when I interviewed you. And Cam said, you either get friends or enemies from success. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Right. You really getting both for real. That's facts, Cam. You really getting both. And it's just like, I be feeling sorry. Like, yo, where would my life be if I spent more time worried about you than me? Nowhere. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's sad. It's sad. And when it's kids with that type of attitude, you know where they get it from. They don't get it from us. They, you know where they get it from. And it's just like, no wonder the cycles of poverty keep going. No wonder the generational cycles of, just being mediocre and not moving with. No wonder those cycles keep perpetuating themselves because that's the type of thinking that you have. Like, that's crazy.
And I'm proud of you. Like you said, you stay connected with
It,
people.
you know what, teams. Every time I invited like more than 5 people to like Throwing Thursdays and Winning Wednesdays and stuff like that, and like they just don't come. And I was like, and I'd be like, so y'all don't want to better yourself at all. And they keep texting me talking about, I don't think that's for me for real. I seem too nice and too positive and stuff like that. And this is actually somebody from my school that caught my friend, and they like, you can do all that, but like, I don't see you getting paid for this and stuff like that. It's like things that very irritating my soul when people say things like HeartSmiles not good for you and stuff like that. And saying like, where does Miss Jones get all this money from? And they just look at it as like I don't know. Like they look at us like we are adults or something like that. Like we're too positive or something. I don't know the exact word for it, but like, yeah.
Yo, that's crazy, yo.
That's really
Too
That's crazy.
mature. That's the word. Too
Too
mature.
positive, too mature. Like, yo, really? Because my man ain't out here swinging guns and dealing drugs and stuff like that. He too positive. He too much. Yo, that's crazy, man. Yo,
misery.
no wonder our communities look like how they look.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, no wonder that. Man, I don't even blame them. If anything, I feel sorry for them. And I just hope that they find something positive, even if it's not HeartSmiles. Like, because you're right, HeartSmiles is not for everybody, but hopefully you find something positive to connect to and something that's going to help you grow in your life. Like, because staying the same shouldn't be an option.
It's really not. It's really not. And they say misery loves company.
Loves company.
If that is what that is what you're putting your energy to, like time is valuable and limited. And you want to spend your time telling me how I'm too nice, too kind, too professional. Like it just is really, it's saddening, it's heartbreaking. So the best thing you can do is continue to be a living example, you and the rest of the heartbeats, because y'all are walking in all that you're called to be, and you know personally how it makes you feel. And that's what I always say. I'm like, trust that inner being. Like whenever we go to Heart Smile stuff, I know I leave feeling filled up. So whenever people try to say whatever, I'm like, I wish you could get what I feel on the inside. Nothing you can tell me. And then surround yourself with other heartbeats, other mentors that are positive to reinforce those things. But one question that I'm thinking, and maybe we can like brainstorm this together, like, what do you think people think it's too good to be true? Do you think they don't deserve happiness and
Hmm.
professionalism? You think maybe they're scared that, or maybe they're intimidated? What do you think, Mar?
Honestly, I think they're scared to show how they can be successful. Because most people they like want to be like be in the gang and stuff like that, and like they want to be bad and stuff like that. And I feel like if they do join this type of program or any program, they feel like they're betraying or like betraying the gang, whatever, or like becoming something that other people don't want to see them become. Cause I like before I joined around the time I did join Heart Smiles, people was like, you changed and stuff like that. And I'm like, how I changed? And they like, oh, you be using big words, you be acting too professional and stuff like that. So they probably is like scared to like, join the good side because they want to be on the bad side so bad. So like, I feel like honestly, people want to like, they want to be famous for doing something dumb. I can say a bunch of Instagram accounts that like only post fights and post people smoking and stuff like that. This is not good for the internet at all, except for like posting something positive or making positive music like young artists. So like people are definitely scared to show their success and show how mature they can be.
That's a great point, Mar. Let's see. Let me get some of these comments. Your comments blowing up over here. Um, Coach Johnson said your closest friend can be your worst enemy. Ken said, how is something ever too positive? Miss Trina said she proud of you, Ma. Hey, Ken made a great point. She said we get paid in experience. Getting paid isn't needed for everything. Even still, you don't have to get paid with money. We get knowledge and life experience from being in programs like Heart Smiles. Hey, yo, I got a
Yes.
snack on that, yo. Because yo, when you start living your life to where as though you chasing that dollar, you stay in that cycle forever to where as though that's all you ever doing is chasing that dollar versus putting yourself in a position where you are learning and you growing and then the money is chasing you because people want what you got. So Cam, that's amazing that you recognize that at such an early age because so many people just don't get that. So I appreciate that. Ms. Valier said, Cam, you're so right. Paid is experience. Coach Johnson said, right, with no experience, you can't go nowhere.
Yeah.
Ken said, I think some people were so used to their environment that they don't know anything outside of it. And Coach Johnson said, yes, that's a fixed mindset. And Ken said, it's sad that they are used to fulfilling the negative stereotypes of Baltimore instead of doing better and showing people otherwise.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, DJ
Yeah.
said
That,
just had, yo, that's deep.
Yeah, y'all are dropping jewels. Okay.
Dropping all the jewels, man. Dropping all the jewels, and that's deep. So I mean, so back to Miss Simone's topic of, like being productive and trying to get yourself like in some type of daily routine or something like that. What if somebody is battling with that right now? Like, I want to be cool. I'm already into, some things that I know are unhealthy. And I see, some parts of the other side. And, I'm kind of struggling myself on how to start doing something positive. Like, how do I use this tool to help me, kind of make that decision that I know that I should make in terms of transitioning some of that negative behavior over to something positive?
um, so I would like all right, I'm gonna say this. So I think like first you should make like a vision board. Like what do you see yourself in like 5 years or so? Or you can write it down or something that you want to do by the end of this year or so. Um, you can't make somebody do something if they don't want to do it at all. So I feel like all you can do is show them how successful you can be, make big money, live in big houses. So you can show them, because if they don't want to listen, they can see. Because sometimes you say something into my ear, so it goes right out the oven,
Mhm.
and it's better to show them than like telling them, because they won't believe anything you're saying, because they feel like the environment they in, they can't like betray that to do something good.
Mhm.
So that's what I would say. Um, for somebody that's struggling right now, like want to be positive, stuck in a bad environment, so something they don't want to do at all.
Yeah, I like that. Because that environment is, you got to start finding ways to separate yourself and move to better environments. And it is going to be a little uh tough at first. Like the people that, oh, you change, you're to this, you're to that.
Mhm.
But you have to shift your mindset to like when you start hearing those things, those are your indicators like I'm doing something right. Okay. They were all right. They were being bums. I was being bums. Nobody was mad. They couldn't see anything. Start listening to what people are saying around you. And it is going to be a little uncomfortable. So that's why you get your positive affirmations for those times where, especially in the beginning, people are trying to downplay all the positive things you're doing. You can bounce right back in your mind, like, no, I am a leader. I am going to be successful. And I like what you said, Mar, that vision board is keys. You need to see it every day and manifest it. So when people want to say, oh, let's go do this, let's go do that, look at your vision. Does this align with my goals? Is this helping me get to where I want to be? And that's why it's so critical. Like start easy, like honestly on Sundays I start writing out my schedule, and I try to put a little bit in for every day, because if you don't make your schedule, other people will make it for you. They'll
Yep.
call you, what are you doing? Let's go do this, let's go. No, I'm so sorry, I'm already focused on this. You can join me, or you can leave me, but I have to do this. But like I said, try to incorporate, like that's things that I really have been trying to do now, is invite people to the successful things that I'm doing. That also helps me to see, do you need to be in my life? Are you in the same circles that I'm in? Or is it extra? I have to like really shift my schedule to try to hang out with you. Then we're not aligned in our visions and our goals. And that's okay. But this is like kind of what I'm doing. So really try to sit down on Sundays, write down what you're going to do every day, because that also helps you to, because it's hard when people will like call you really quick, or you're really trying to start something new. If you already have something in your schedule, it gives you the right words and empowerment to say, I'm already booked from this time to this time, so I can't do it. And if you
Yeah,
can sacrifice that now, it'll pay off in the long run.
absolutely. Yeah, let me read some of your comments. Ms. Trina says sometimes people fear success and they fear accountability.
Mm.
Yes. Cam said
Definitely.
they can see how their current behavior aligns with their future goals, or if it even aligns at all.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, I swear, yo, I feel like me and Cam is connected today because, yo, she hitting on all the things that's supposed to be. I say that all the time. every single day, get rid of something that's not connected to your goals. Get rid of something that's not directly connected to what you see as success. I love that, Cam. Coach Johnson said it also goes with, you gotta make it out so you can come back and help your family out. Like once they see you as successful, they'll hop on the bandwagon. Ask my Douglas teammates. Hey, yo, yes. Yo, poor people can't help poor people. So you wondering why I got what I got? Like I gotta go out and get it so that I can get back. Man, yes, absolutely. And Ken said they can try to put themselves in more positive environments. You become what you surround yourself with. Yes. And DJ said, just don't put too much on your plate at one time. Yo, that environment is so key, yo. So key. Can you speak on that just a little bit, Miss Simone, about the importance of being around fertile soil?
Yeah, it's so important. Like what you put in your mind, anything you like put in, you're probably going to get back out. So you have to be very aware and cognizant, especially if like, you can't get it in every space. So like I really encourage you to find like some space you can go to and just fill yourself up. Be proactive about these things. Like I said, get those 5 affirmations so that even when everybody around you is saying, you can look back and like speak those things over your life. Like try to connect with people that are positive. Like I went to a session before all the corona happened, and they said at every point in your life you should have a mentor and be mentoring someone else. Like that is so key. It kind of gives you that buffer. You have one hand up so someone can continue to lift you up positively, and you should be doing the same for someone else, because that's how we'll start changing the environments around us, like and it takes each individual person, like we can talk about them, but these people got the way they are because of who they surround. So how can we be that light to ping other people and spread light and positivity day by day? So I encourage everybody to be like seeking out a mentor and always invite somebody with like a younger, like I love how we have our younger huskies and the younger heartbeats. Like they need to be connected to so we can continue to spread that positivity. But I would just really like Coach Johnson said, like, who are those people that are really close to you and around you? Your best friend could be your enemy. Like if you are, and kind of what Cam said, like if you have little things of success, share with your friends, like, oh, I just got an A on this test. See how they react. Are they excited about that? Or they don't really care? I got to start. Oh yeah, I was on these meetings. I want to tell you about these meetings that I was on Sunday. Are they listening? Do they not care? They want to talk about what's on Instagram and TikTok after that's what you are putting forward. Those are signs like, okay, I got to start, and there's a balance. Like you guys are still young, but you can tell, like you said, when you bring up those topics, see how people respond. And those are like clear signs of maybe we need to start distancing ourselves just a little bit more.
Absolutely. Yeah, y'all got a question. What advice do you have when home is not that positive environment we need? Yeah, Ma, you want to answer that? I got an answer too when you after you finish, but that's a powerful question.
Good question.
Okay. All right. So this past year, well, it's still going on too. I've been in like a negative environment at home, and my only way of like staying in a positive environment was HeartSmiles. That was Bloomberg. I used to always go up Bloomberg to talk about my situation and stuff because I feel like Bloomberg HeartSmiles was home. So basically, if your household is like negative or so, it is not like filled with positivity, you can go somewhere else. Or like Miss Morgan said, like I think last week she said, just put your headphones on and listen to music. It's a lot of places you can go to just like, to be by yourself and, clear your mind off things. It can be a library, it can be the gym, it can be places like HeartSmiles you can go to and, vent to a bunch of problems, and they will always listen and they will always be there. So always find that positive place, and it's so many other positive places you can go to. do something do something that you like to do, like, go run or go to the park, hang out with your friends, event with your friends and stuff like that. Not all friends will listen, but I'm sure that one friend will definitely listen and will got your back on anything like you need help on. Like, to me, I feel like HeartSmiles is always that place that if you go and talk to them, like they will like automatically, make plans for you, or like, tell you, okay, this is what you need to do, because I keep talking about, oh, this person doing that and this person doing that, but they like, okay, this is what you need to do. You need, like, stay productive, get your mind off of that, um, just like, become who you always wanted to be. And I think that's what Hard Smiles like taught me for the past couple of months now, with like going on with this bullying and like, going home and trying to vent with my parents, or vent to my parents about like what's going on in school. And they would not always listen, because they always like find faults in every situation.
Yeah, no, that's great advice. What about you, Miss Simone? You got a take on that?
Yeah, I mean, that makes, because like usually feel like home is your sanctuary, so that really messes me up when that is not everyone's situation. But it's like nothing can or will stop you. What you have inside of you that's positive will grow, and just know that again, Heart Smiles is a place, like Mars said, where you can be home and you can talk to people and reach out. So I would just like first suggest like stay connected with positivity, and like get your mind, like, that's not really a place that is going to be like the most safe sanctuary. So try to get your mind right before, as you're on your way going into the place. Try to shower yourself and just get, it's like, how you get prepared to go to, and if you're going to work out, you got to get your workout clothes on, you got to get your water. If you're going to school, you need a pencil and a backpack. I'm about to go in this environment and I feel like somebody might try to test me. Let me put on my music. Let me talk to someone positive on my way home, speak some positive affirmations over myself. And then just try to find maybe like one quiet space, maybe your room, the bath, things like that. Try to find different outlets that can help you to like be positive, whether that's writing or drawing or talking to a friend. And then I know this sounds like maybe too mushy in the sky, but like a lot of the times, if you can just be a light and positive, even in those times where you might want to react, if you can, it really helps to disarm people, like it's like practice your smile too. Like, don't let people steal your joy and energy. Like, that could be a little tough because something like, why are you always smiling? And now that's a problem. But, just try not to give too much of a reaction. Don't give people your energy. Just try to like keep calm, stay focused, reach out to mentors, have your tools ready to go into these spaces so that when it can be negative, you can like retreat, breathe, don't hold it in, try to talk things out, and like kind of use that more as to like your why you want to get to a better environment, because you don't like what it is right now, and this is why I do every day. This is why I don't listen to peer people that are trying to spread negativity. This is why I do what I do, so that I can get out and get into a better environment. So those are
Yeah,
just some
Can I add
tips.
on to that?
that's awesome. Yeah, go ahead and add on to that real quick. And then we got some comments and another question before we get up out of here.
Right. So it's vice versa, not vice versa, but like it can go two different ways. It could be people like me that like don't like school and going through so much at school, and a safe place was home. And some people will go to school and find a happy place at school, and like, don't want to be home at all. Like, their safe place wasn't home at all. School was the safe place. So basically at Dunbar, like when I be talking to like teachers and stuff, they don't like find options, or they don't find like, they don't tell you what you should do or what they gonna do. And if they do tell you what they gonna do, like, they won't do it at all. So basically, school is a hard, like, I'm gonna say my school. My school is a hard way of putting, like, they always gonna be there or listen to you. For real, when I was at when I'm at when I'm at Dunbar, I'm basically stuck there till 3 o'clock every single day. So it's like basically like prison to me until I, like, leave the school and go to Bloomberg. So some people won't find school, so happy at all, or some people won't find home so happy at all. But I feel like the difference between school and home is like you can't escape school. Well, I mean, you can if you decide to. Like that's gonna affect your learning, but you can't escape school, and you can't escape home. So if I can't escape those two places, what should I do if I can't escape those two places, especially in school?
Yeah, that's awesome. That's a great point. Great point. Yo, our time is like just about up, and I definitely want to get to the rest of these comments. And we have a very important question for you to answer, Ma. My little bit of 2 cents that I want to add on to that too is going back to something that we talked about last week is, being able to create that peace in your heart. Because sometimes the place that you live at is not your home. And you might not even ever even have a home or experience what a home is until you're able to go out and create one for yourself. But if you're able to create some type of peace of mind in your heart and in your mind, then at least you can tolerate that negative environment because you know that, eventually things are going to be better and you're going to be able to create that home environment that you need. So in our comments, so Cam said, try to get people that are positive that you can contact when you're at home to distract you from the fact that it's negative. DJ said, in my world, we always say steel sharpens steel. Cam said the people you're in contact with motivate you to grow outside of that negative environment. They will motivate you to grow outside of that negative environment. And Coach Johnson said, Ma, he commends you for stepping up and becoming a leader. You're going to be great. You just got to keep pushing and don't let anyone tell you different. I always got you. And Ken said, home is where the heart is. And then Shalaw's, Coach Johnson's question to you is, Ma, can you tell us how you took yourself from out of the bullying environment and became a leader? Like, how hard was it and how long did it take you?
First, I like to say thank you, Shala, for what you said. That really means a lot to me. It was hard. Like it was so much struggle. It was so much crying for me to become a leader. It been times when I got Miss Joni involved of coming up to the school and talking to you know teachers and the security guard at the school or the school police. So it been times when I got Miss Joni up there, and then my grandfather didn't like the fact that Miss Joni was going up there without his permission and stuff. She was trying to help me. So what he kept doing was he kept taking me out of HeartSmiles. And I was like getting very upset. I was like, dang, I can't go see HeartSmiles no more. And I can't go see Miss Joni. I can't see none of my friends at HeartSmiles. And I'm like, so is this going to stop me from being a leader? Or I'm going to still build myself even though I'm at home after school. So basically what I was doing was staying in contact with Miss Joni, Miss Simone, and other people, find ways to get me back in the program. I even asked young Elder and Jada, can can they talk to my grandfather to help me get back to Heart Smiles, because I feel like Heart Smiles is not hurting me. If anything, it's helping me. So when it's times when I'm home and stuff, I really think about Heart Smiles. I'm like, dang, I should be at Thriving Thursdays right now, but I'm stuck at home. This is not being productive at all. So I be finding ways to write down some ideas how I can get back in Heart Smiles and become a leader. But you can't always be a leader when you with HeartSmiles. Say if HeartSmiles got shut down or something, or it got canceled or whatever, this time, you still gotta stay productive at home no matter what. So it definitely took me a while to find out that I'm actually a leader the whole time. When I was at home, I was basically researching projects and stuff to find out what I want to do in life, and create a vision board for myself. um Being bullied, the only people I can really talk to was HeartSmiles. Otherwise, if I go to my grandfather, so he'll be like, "Oh, you a punk? You need to fight every single one of them and stuff like that." So it was really hard becoming a leader through this process of who I am now. For right now, I feel like nothing can stop me, not even a bully, because I feel like I am so much more. I had low self esteem when I was at school, and I even had low self esteem when I was in Heart Smiles too. But when Miss England kept talking to me you gotta love yourself, You gotta build yourself up. You gotta surround yourself with positive people. I'm like, dang. So this is really it right here because I feel like HeartSmiles has always helped me throughout any situations I had. And yes, I've been sneaking up HeartSmiles all the time. Um, I'd be like going to HeartSmiles without letting my grandfather know because I love HeartSmiles so much and it helped me so much. Like, going through like the things I was going through at school. And I feel like I couldn't be a leader no more after he just kept taking me out the program. And then he would cuss me out, talking about, oh, HeartSmile is not good for you at this point right now because I feel like you be slacking off in school and stuff like that. And really, I don't be slacking off in school. I've been actually doing my work and I've been actually like, staying productive in school. And I feel like he think that HeartSmile is even getting me in more trouble because I'm involving so much people into my issues. And no, because if you quiet, you can't really get nothing out of it. If you quiet, like it's gonna be hard to like speak up. And I finally speak up, and then now I'm a leader. Like I always wanted to be since the beginning, and it was so hard for me to like see that into myself because I looked at Shalal and Elder and James and Jamira. I looked up as like I looked up at them as like leaders, and I saw how like they was talking and stuff, sharing projects and stuff, and I'm like, damn, I want to do that too. But now look at me now. I'm already doing projects, and I had 4 meetings yesterday, and I did not quit, and I'm still standing. So I'm very proud of myself. It was very hard, and it was very hard work getting up to this point. So I'd like to thank everybody, HeartSmiles, Miss Joni, Miss Simone, people that helped me, Miss Trina. I like to thank all of y'all for like building me up and now helping me become the person I am today.
Yeah.
Yo, yeah. Yo, I don't think there's nothing else anybody can say after that, yo. If that's not a power story, I don't know what it is. I'm with you, Coach Johnson. Like this is inspirational, like very inspirational. And these are the type of stories that let other people know that it's possible and that all you got to do is give yourself permission. It was already inside of you already. All you had to do is use it. Man, listen, this is amazing. Thank you so much, Ma. Bree said, but in reality, he doesn't know HeartSmiles has helped you in so many ways that you couldn't imagine. Keep being you, Ma. You're amazing. Ken said, yes, Ma. Coach Johnson said, I'm proud of you, man. Yo, that is amazing. Look, y'all, I hate to cut this great conversation short. We got another amazing guest coming up, y'all. She going to talk to y'all about how to get that Rona revenue. $500 on the line, y'all. $500. After this, nobody should be talking about they broke. Nobody should be talking about they need a couple of dollars. Nobody should be saying nothing. This right here is an amazing opportunity. Y'all, please, if you know anybody who would be interested in learning how they could win $500, and the $500 is the top prize. She got other prizes too. Don't get me the line, but I think it's like 300 and like 100 or something like that. But now is the time to get on. Tell them to jump on this live so that they can learn about how they can win this Rona revenue. This is Miss Bonnier. She's the CEO of Root Branch Film. So we're gonna be talking to her next. So she's coming up. Man, I know Trackstar said that hit different, bro. I know. It's real. You out here inspiring
Definitely
people.
is. Thank you.
I know. Well, thank you so much, Miss Simone. Thank you so much, Ma. Y'all, we coming back in 2 minutes. Oh, Miss Monya getting on here now, y'all. She early.
Okay.
All right. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Look, that's how we do it. But I'm gonna say bye to Miss Simone and Ma for right now. I'll catch y'all later.
All right.
See you. Miss Bonnier.
Hey,
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. If you got the YouTube playing, you might want to push mute because we got like a
Got it.
10-second delay. And Mom, for right now, I catch y'all.
All right,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah.
I forgot. I'm like, wait a minute. Which one are they talking to?
No, you good. You good, man. I'm excited to talk to you, man. This Rona revenue. I,
Yes.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I guess before we get into the contest, can you just kind of introduce yourself and tell folks like who you are, what Root Branch Film is?
Yes, absolutely. Well, one, I'm super honored to be on Success Sessions. This is so dope. I love what you're doing, Joni. The content is powerful. The guest lineup is like insanity. So I'm just really honored to be in the midst. But hey, everybody, my name is Vanya Patagru. I'm the CEO and founder of Root Branch Productions and Film Academy. I know that's a mouthful. I go by Miss P. So if anyone has any questions, want to shoot me a line, call me Miss P, please. That's my teacher name. But I have been in the film and media industry for over 20 some odd years. I started Root Branch back in 2006, so we are 14 years in business. But before starting my own company, I've worked in television and film and media, working for companies such as the Discovery Channel. I produced content for Disney and Stars and TV One. I've worked for a number of independent production houses out of Philadelphia and DC and throughout Maryland. I am Philly born and raised. And so just showing some love. I've shared this post a lot. So hopefully some of my Philly family and, community will be tuning in today. But yeah, I started my company, Root Branch Productions and Film Academy, back in 2006, just working in television and media and just realizing that, okay, if I had what it takes to lend my expertise and services in these major networks and these major, organizations that were doing industry work, why not do it for myself? So I love that HeartSmiles is all about entrepreneurship. So, again, I would love to talk more about that in this session today, because again, if you have what it takes to win awards for other companies and organizations, then you definitely got the knack to do it for yourself. And so I just kind of, during my years of working other places, just kind of observed and learned and kind of took it in, you know what I mean? And then when I got to Discovery Channel, I had an opportunity to take part in a business class called Women Entrepreneurs of Baltimore. And so I wasn't in Baltimore at the time. I was out in Laurel. But I applied for the program and I got in and I launched the production company then. My goal then was to create media, create original programming, create media that made a difference. And we were doing that. We were, getting contracts and doing work and all that good stuff. And somewhere along the line back in 2010, life happened. Life happened. I had a family emergency. My mom became really ill. I moved back to Philadelphia to take care of her. I left Discovery Channel. And while I was in Philly, I said, well, you know what? You started this company, just do it full time. Because at that point, I was still doing the company while I was at Discovery. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to bet on me and I'm going to do Root Branch 100%. And so while I was up in Philly, doing production work, I had an opportunity to do a production project for a school in Germantown, Philadelphia. And that principal of the school, she asked me if I had ever taught before, because that seemed really natural with the students. And I told her I had never taught before. I don't even have children. And so she offered me an opportunity to, as a contractor, to come in and do a video media production class with her 8th graders. And that's how the Film Academy was born. I had never taught before. I'd never written a curriculum before, a lesson plan, or any of that. In fact, my first class, I ran out of content because the kids understood it so fast. I had like 20 minutes left. So I was like, okay. So it taught me how to pace myself, how to really fill a full period worth of content. And that principal, she really was a mentor to me. And she taught me how school worked, how the system worked. And we built it into a product. And so she invited me back for the next 3 consecutive years to continue offering programming at her school. But as my mom got better, I came on back down to Baltimore, pitched it to Baltimore City Public Schools. And so we've been a contract vendor offering during the school day programming, after school programming, we're your enrichment program. So instead of going to art, gym, and music, you can take filmmaking with one of my instructors at your school. Then we just started doing it year round. Like I said, we offer summer camps, weekend workshops, and any youth media related program in the city, we're tied to it somehow, whether it's Baltimore Youth Film Arts with Johns Hopkins, or you name it, arts and learning with young audiences, or arts every day. We work with all of the organizations, the YMCA, Elevate, you name it. Like, we work with all of the organizations offering media arts programming.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, just your story right there is inspiring. Like, you didn't know anything about the school system or nothing at all. And then here you were plopped in this school and you just kind of had to make it work. And then now you build a whole entire business off of it.
Absolutely.
Wow. Wow. So let me ask you this question. And guys, anybody that's on, if you have any questions for Miss P, put them in the comment section. I'll make sure that she gets to them. Questions, comments. She wants a lot of those. So media, right? Because a lot of people, when you first say media, they just automatically think, just like TV. So when you say media, what type of skills are you teaching kids, and what type of kids should be reaching out to you in terms of media if they have an interest in what?
Absolutely. I am so glad you said that, because they either think TV, or adults either think, oh, do you do wedding videos or YouTubers or whatever? And I don't do any of those things. But the deal is, if you really take a moment and pause, video is in every industry and it's in everything we do. And it has always been for a really long time. So whether you're standing at the bus stop or the gas station, there's a video playing in the kiosk, there's a video that's playing at your pump, there's a video that's playing on the Amtrak terminal, there's a video that's playing wherever. Some company made that video. So if, for example, you're on MTA and there's a video that's playing down in the subway terminal, that would be actually a city or a state contract, because that would be the Maryland State Department of Transportation. And so that would be something that I would bid on as a RFP. So as a business owner, because I own it, the business is certified as minority women owned. And what that means is I qualify for 2 different categories. So by being a MBE, a minority business enterprise, and a WBE, a woman business enterprise. So when these RFPs or these proposals are put out by these government agencies seeking companies to make videos, I would write these lengthy 40, 50 page proposals and bid to say my company has the skills and the capabilities to do that. And so what's unique about having a certification, that MBE, WBE classification certification, it puts me in a position to bid on stuff, because I guess to make the bidding process equitable and fair, they want to make sure that smaller businesses, minority businesses are getting a chance at the pie, and not the bigger production houses getting all the money. So sometimes I can bid as the lead person, or I can bid as a subcontractor. But either way, it creates great revenue opportunity for me as a business to go after getting these contracts. So when I say I make video and I make media, that's really what I do. I do a lot of videos for government agencies, like the Department of Disabilities is one of our clients, the Maryland State Department of Education. So for example, if an entire school district, like the entire state of Maryland, all the teachers, they may have to take an online course to prepare their teachers on a particular training. But to make that training relevant, they may have video clips that are embedded in the online course that are reflective of Maryland schools. So not just Baltimore, schools in the Eastern Shore, schools in Salisbury, wherever. So my company, we're traveling across the state, capturing footage to be a part of these online courses. So a lot of the work that we do, you don't really see it anywhere. So it's not that it's necessarily airing anywhere, or you can Google it, but these agencies are using our video content internally. So that's what this is all about, because again, the general public just think of video in one way, but by me teaching young people, there's so much money, bigger money, government money to get in this industry, but it's not in the way that you're thinking of it. Because again, say if you went and got a job at McDonald's, you might have to watch a tutorial video on the how to and how not to. A company like mine would have made that video. You see what I'm saying? So that's the kind of work we do.
Got you. So question real quick for my entrepreneurial minded teens. Can you explain to us really quick what a RFP is and what a bid is and kind of how that works just really quick? And then I have a question for you from the comments.
Okay, so RFP stands for a request for proposal. So that doesn't mean I get the job. They put this out there to say, hey, this is what we're looking for. These are the parameters. This is the scope of work. This is the budget we have to do it. And I'm trying to tell y'all, young people, the budgets are enormous, okay? So this is the budget that we have to do it. And so it's really competitive because you have all these other production companies that you probably never heard of either that are all throughout, not just Baltimore, but the state of Maryland. And then some actually are in other states. So sometimes I may have, like I'll give an example. One of our clients is in Rhode Island, okay? They're a technology company in Rhode Island, but they were bidding on some media work. Well, they were bidding on this technology project, but there was a media part to it, and they don't do the media part to it. So they were looking for a partner to go in with them to do that part. And so they reached out to me. They saw that I was minority. They saw that I was woman-owned. They were like, okay, this is really attractive. This could really put us ahead of our competition because they might not have a minority or they might not have a woman working in this industry. And for the record, film and media production is predominantly male. To be more specific, white male. So I get a lot of play because there are very few Black women that do what I do as the owner of the company, okay? So that gives me like a competitive advantage over my competition. So I would partner in, I would write this proposal and we would write to show and we give examples and references to show we have the capabilities and the skills to do this. We have the experience, we have the years behind us. We have managed this amount of money before. We can do this work. And again, I guess the decision makers, they're called procurement officers, but the decision makers will review our proposal or our bid and then make a determination or decision if they should go with us or not.
Wow. So I kind of heard you say that Black women especially should be hopping in to this industry because there's money to be made.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Now, granted, I heard a lot of people that don't look like me, but that's besides the point. I own the company and that's what's making us the competitive advantage.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, I know you kind of touched on this, but it came up in the comments again really quick. But could you just give like an overview of your experience in any of the big film production companies that you work with?
Yes. So I worked, like I said, for Discovery Channel for about 6 years. That was maybe my longest run at a particular network. Prior to that, I had worked smaller production houses, but did some really awesome media campaigns. Like I worked for an advertising agency that wrote a lot of commercials and print ads and billboards and that sort of thing. So I produced a lot of radio commercials and a lot of those, I don't know if you remember, Johnny, back in the day, they had all these different teen PSAs about wearing a condom, safe sex, or all these kind of things. Those were the kind of ads that I used to write. Or don't smoke, like, you know, say no to smoking, but not just the one we know, say no to drugs. That wasn't mine. But, you know, we did similar kind of content like that. Or we may have done campaigns for like Scholastic and that sort of thing. We did a really, really huge project one year. Actually, it was a 3-year contract for the Centers for Disease Control, and it was an HIV testing campaign. It was called Know Now. So it was urging people to get tested and know their status now. So we marketed in 5 different demographics in like Houston and Miami. So I flew a lot. I would do these shoots and all this kind of stuff. I would be in LA or I'd be in New York. Like I had a really fabulous younger life when I was in my 20s or so in production. But then, like I said, I came on over to Discovery Channel. I worked there for 6 years and I used to supervise the post-scheduling department. And so Discovery is huge. It's more than one office and it's in more than one place than just Silver Spring, Maryland, but that's where headquarters was. And so that's where our we had a separate building that was all post-production, and we had about 40 editing bays, editing suites, where they were editing all the shows that would come on the air. And it ran 24 hours. And so I supervised my scheduling department, who was responsible for booking all of the sessions around the clock. So again, those relationships are still there. My colleagues continue to support every initiative that I do. They love the work that we're doing today with young people. I take my students on field trips all the time to different networks, because again, these are people that I work with for many, many years in the industry. But yeah, so I think the other piece I will share is I work for another small production house in DC. This was actually before TV One was TV One. So TV One hadn't even come out yet. It was launching. So they hired our production company, not Root Ranch, but the company I was working for. They hired our company to make one of the first original shows. And the show was produced under Tim and Daphne Reed. So I don't know if you know those folks are, but Tim is from, you remember the show Sister Sister with Tia Tamara? He played their dad. And then his wife, Daphne Reed, is the mom from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's his wife, Daphne Reed. And I know if you watch Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, it was two wives. So she the lighter skinned mom versus the darker skinned mom. So Tim and Daphne Reed were husband and wife, and they had a production company down in Petersburg, and they produced one of the original shows on TV One. And the company that I was working with partnered with them. So I got a chance to work very closely with Tim and Daphne, and we traveled all across the country producing this show. And then TV One launched. The name of that show was called Gospel Challenge, and it was like a gospel version of American Idol back then. So it was a really cool show where we traveled and we did all of these performances of really huge gospel choirs. And then the winning choir received they won a recording deal with Sony Records. So it was cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, we're gonna do this one more question, and then we're gonna get into this $500 video challenge you got.
All right.
I'm excited about that. I really want to be an actor. Do you know of any agencies that can help me in how I can build a portfolio for acting? And did you meet any big stars during your journey?
Okay, so is the person asking the question a young person?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I've actually, most of my work was always with young people. So when I was producing these different ad campaigns, it was for a younger demographic. So that meant I did a lot of casting, I did a lot of auditions, and so we did work with a lot of casting agencies to identify young people. The one that comes to mind that I think that's in the area is Betsy Royal. So she has a good pool of young people. And after this, I can look it up. But what you would do is, if you could even Google Betsy Royal casting, I think they're in DC, but a lot of these well, they probably won't do this right now during COVID, but a lot of these casting companies, they would have certain days where they would just have an open house. And so if they had an open house or an open call, then you didn't have to actually be auditioning for a specific role. You could just come up and show. And this is how they discover new talent all the time. And a lot of agencies do these open calls. Yeah, so you would work with a photographer or something to maybe get a headshot put together a resume. And if you're in Baltimore, I mean, there's so many shows that are produced here. So it's an easy way to kind of even just be an extra or in the background or something. Definitely follow my social media page, because again, I'm still connected with a lot of my network friends at these different networks. So they may post on their page that they're casting, and then I'll repost it so that some of my young people can find out about it. So if you weren't already following us, definitely follow us. And so when it comes to meeting celebrities, yes, my entire life, I've always been around celebrities. I've met celebrities. We do a lot of red carpet events. We go to a lot of high profile media events. And sometimes I guess what is a celebrity to you might not be a celebrity to me. So like when I met like Nikki Giovanni, I was like, whoa, you know what I mean? Because I'm like, whoa, this literary giant, she's amazing, you know. But I will give a good example. When this is how poor I am with knowing the names of artists. So forgive me, I'm about to show my age. But when Watch Me Whip, Watch Me Nay Nay, Salento, you know, I think I was calling him Salento or something dumb like that. When the kids were like, what are you saying, Miss Pig? But at any rate, I had gotten press credentials to go see Salento when he was here in DC, performing at Constitution DAR. And we had backstage access. We saw the show from the side of the stage. I took several of my youth as reporters. We were able to go into the dressing room. We interviewed Salento and D-Lo. And again, it was just a phenomenal experience. But this is the kind of, you know, access, because we're a media company, we're able to take our young people on this journey with us.
Man, that is awesome. That's exciting. That's exciting. So Rona has changed the game.
Changed the game.
Can you talk a little bit about the impact that Rona has had on you, and just kind of transition into, you know, how that inspired this challenge that is about to take over everything?
Absolutely. So yes, Rona changed my life immediately. So as a business owner, I'm gonna be transparent. I would say more than half of the revenue that my company makes is with school, okay? Because I have teachers all over the state teaching media in the classroom. So when they said school closed, I was like, oh snap, our whole operation just shut down. Like, what are we going to do? How are we going to stay in business? And so that became a real concern for me. Now, Joni, as you know, I am a member of the Goldman Sachs 1,000 Small Business Program here in Baltimore. So we had a Zoom call with my cohort, and we were talking through just how Corona was affecting our businesses. And then it just really, being around other like-minded entrepreneurs, it just kind of got my energy, got my head back in the game to say, you know what, you cannot go woe me and go into a devastation mode. This is your time to really put your thinking cap on, because the reality of it is that we're moving into a social distancing platform where everyone is relying on some form of media. Ma'am, you own a media production company. This is your time to be a front runner in this race. You need to come up with an innovative way to keep your students, your young people, your schools, your organization, and you know, your partnering organizations engaged through media. So the first thing that came to mind was, let's launch a video contest, because at the time we were only going to be closed for 2 weeks. We didn't know how long this was going to be. So I said, okay, we got to move quickly. We got to get the wheels moving quickly. So I reached out to my Goldman Sachs business community. We got response immediately. That's how you and I linked up to pull this our partnership piece together. And the money came. You know, we received funding and backing, as you know, from T. Rowe Price Foundation and Bloomberg Philanthropies to cover the cost of us to be able to launch this campaign and operate the campaign, and to offer you guys these lovely cash prizes. So, and even beyond that, to be able to collaborate with some of your young people to create employment opportunity, because young people, Miss P, not about to watch all these videos. So I need some support and some help with managing the campaign. Okay, so we've been talking through all of those kind of logistics to kind of not only have young people possibly win money, but to keep you employed and keep you active and engaged and earning some Rona revenue while we're in this downtime. So Miss Joni and I, we got together once we kind of launched the website. I said, you know what, after talking to your young people, one of your young people from HeartSmiles made a suggestion. It would be helpful if we saw other young people that look like us so that we could really understand what this is. So what I do, I wrote a script. And so I made a promo video. Your young people came out. They've never performed in this way with me before, but they learned their lines. And we made a promo video. We threw it up on the website. And that's been circulating to be used to market, you know, the contest. So we went, like I said, from a reactionary mode to proactive mode to say, what can we do as educators, as media leaders to bridge the two? Because as educators, it is a fact that when young people are not in school, when you are, whether you're on break for the weekend or the summer or the spring break, if you are not actively engaged in some form of enrichment, your learning goes backwards, and that's scary. So we about to be out for a month and y'all not doing anything productive. You don't want to be a month behind when you left school, so that when we get back to school, now we got to spend all this time catching you back up, before we could even start moving forward. So this is all about keeping you engaged, keeping you learning, keeping you connected to learning, so that when we do return, it's like we never skipped a beat. Y'all ripe and ready, and y'all can keep it moving.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. And the video that you're speaking about, can we show that? Do we have that?
Yes. All right, let me do my screen share. Hold
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, y'all, I typed Miss P's Instagram in the comments for everybody who is asking for her Instagram. That's her Instagram, and I also tagged her on a few posts too. So you'll be able to go right to her Instagram, follow her, and keep up with what she's doing, and be available for some of these opportunities. Those are some great opportunities.
Absolutely. And I'm definitely coming to HeartSmiles, because what I have already experienced time and time again, your young people are ready, they're professional, they're eager to learn, they're eager to get down to work, and those kind of young people I like to work with. So
yeah,
so just know that I come to you first. So
yeah,
so
y'all heard that right?
HeartSmiles.
Hey, y'all heard that right? Miss P says she coming to us first. Listen, man, this how you get connected. You want them opportunities? She says she coming here first. Hey, I appreciate that so much. Yeah.
All right, let me see what I got going on here. Can y'all see that?
Yep.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna make it big.
Hey guys, thank you for entering the video contest. When creating your video, make sure you follow the COVID checklist. That COVID. C, content. Make sure your content or your point is clear. O, on topic. Make sure you stay on task and answer the question. Cut. O, on topic. Make sure you stay on task and answer questions according to your grade level.
B, voice. Your voice is important to this topic. Don't hold back. Express yourself.
Why you kick your damn messes up? I, inspire. Be positive. Now's your chance to line. Cut. I, inspire. Be positive. Now is your chance to inspire others during these challenging times.
D, narration. Make sure your video is within time limit. No less than 1 minute and no more than 2.
And that's it. Always have fun. Good luck and happy filming. And cut.
Yeah. Yo, I love it. I love it. I love it. So we're going to get into some details about this content, contest. Y'all give us your questions. Before we get to the questions about the actual contest, can you talk to us a little bit about how it was making that video though? Because the video is super cool.
No, and believe it or not, we did it in record time. It was like we went in, we got it, we did what we needed to do. Like I said, your young people were amazing. They had never worked with me before. I don't know if they've ever done production before, but they learned their parts and they just jumped right in and went at it, and it was super. So, but it was like what you saw. It was not like pretend. They really couldn't remember they line because they just learned it. So we decided to go with that and make that the fun feel of the video, the retakes and all of that. So that was super cool. Like I said, I think they really grasped the idea. We did it standing outside. It was a lot going on. Like Corona was new to us. It was like every 5 minutes the rules was changing. We were standing far apart. Like it was awesome. It was great.
Yeah, that is amazing. That is amazing. Hey, you got a comment in here from a young person said, "Can we collab?" Man, look. You already see
I'm here for it, y'all. I'm here for it.
She here for it. Make sure you follow her Instagram, DM her. Get on her nerves, man.
Yes.
All right, y'all send your questions. So walk us through this contest. We want to get this Rona revenue. Where do we start? How do we go about that process?
Okay, so now if I was thinking, I'd have had all the information up and ready to roll. But let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna pull it up. But long story short, we running a contest. It was originally 2 weeks, but now that the governor said we're going to be out till later, we're going to run it through the month, okay? So these are the new dates. And if you go to the website, as a matter of fact, if I could do a screen share, then I could just kind of click through the website and then talk it. Okay, I'll do it that way.
Let's do that, man.
But then that way I don't make up stuff. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Screen share.
Hey, and make sure y'all put your questions in the comments, because it ain't no reason why each of you shouldn't be entering this contest.
Absolutely.
Like, it's too easy. It's too easy. And it's something that's relevant for our time, especially for folks who are interested in media as a profession. But even if you aren't interested in media, you can still be a part of this.
Absolutely. So again, let me just say this: at Root Branch, one of our core values is that we give young people a voice. I mean that like with everything in me, because I know that your voice matters. And sometimes, although you're a young person, adults don't always give you the room and the space to express yourself, okay? I know we can all feel like our parents don't get us, our teachers don't get us, or whatever, but young people are truly leveraging media specifically to have voice, okay? So at Root Branch, we teach documentary style filmmaking for that reason, because you're real people talking about real stories and real situations. And so there's a lot of things that are going on in our lives around us that are affecting us, but it's so powerful when we get to hear it in artistic expression told through a young person's point of view, because that way change can happen, okay? You guys have a power that unlike any other demographic, because when you say something, you say it with such honesty and integrity that we're just like, that is true. Because as a kid just don't understand, well, why is there so much violence? Why can't we get this under control? Why is homelessness such an issue? Why is poverty such an issue? You know, so to really hear from a young person point of view, you kind of put adults on notice and you hold us accountable to respond and take action, okay? So that's part what this contest was about. Nobody asked y'all about staying home. It was just like, hey, guess what? Don't come back tomorrow, the next 2 weeks, the next 4 weeks. No one really had a core plan in place to how that, what that looked like. What do you do during this time? You know what I'm saying? So because no one really asked you, I wanted to create this contest to give a chance to turn the lens towards you. And let's hear from, how are you feeling about it? Let's check in and get your temperature on the situation. Are you worried? Are you nervous? Are you concerned? Are you feeling optimistic? Are you having the time of your life? Did you ever go to school? Whatever. I want to know, how are you, doing? How are you making it and coping through COVID-19? How are you staying connected to your schoolwork? What ways are you and your family staying connected? Are you noticing some things changing about your household dynamic as a result of this? So that's what this contest is about. We want you guys to be creative. We want you guys to have positive and upbeat stories, because there's plenty of social media posts, there's plenty of news posts that are kind of doom and gloom, and to kind of continue to make us feel scared and nervous during this time. But young people, you guys have, like I said, a sweetness, an innocence that can help change the tone and the temperature of how we're feeling as a culture about this. So it would be such a beautiful break from the day to day to be able to turn to this page and watch some really awesome videos made by young people, and you sharing your insight on how you're making the best of a not so great situation. Okay, so this is the contest page. Is Root Branch video contest kids on COVID-19. I know that's super long, but hey, I had to say what I had to say. So check it out.
Put the link in the comments.
We'll put the link in. And it originally did start out as a contest for Baltimore, and then it turned into a contest for Maryland. But the power of video and social media, it had been spread so many places that I started getting responses from educators up in Jersey and Alabama saying, can our kids do this? And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, why not? So now it's opened up nationally. So if you live in the United States, you're a student in grades K through 12, you can enter the contest. So this is how it works. It's broken into 3 grade bands, okay? So the elementary school, grades K through 5, they will compete, I guess, against each other with their videos. And then 6 through 8, and then 9 through 12. So then that way, you know, if you're in 12th grade, your video isn't in the same judging pool as someone in 1st grade. That really wouldn't be fair. Okay, so we have 3 prizes: a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, $500, $250, and $100 prize for each grade band. So again, $500, $250, $100 for whether you're in the K through 5, the 6 through 8, or the 9 through 12. So what you'll do is you'll go to the website. You can read all about it in the about the contest. But in this section here where I'm rolling, these little blue tabs, these all are hyperlinks to take you to something else. I will go over this before I get to that. The deadlines, the timelines. Let me go over the contest timeline. Again, the timeline was originally 2 weeks, but then we realized it was going to be out school longer. As of this week, I extended the dates. So the submission period to create your video, 1 to 2 minutes, you have between now and April 10th. April 10th is the absolute cutoff. You have until midnight on April 10th to turn in your video through this contest page. Then we will work on uploading. We will pre-screen all the videos to make sure it meets the requirements. And then we will post them right here back on this page. So come April 13th, all the videos that are entered into the contest will be on this page. So you can watch all the videos that have been submitted and vote. You will vote per grade band daily. So come back and vote, watch. We want lots of views, share it, all of that good stuff, okay? So that will happen between April 13th through to April 17th. Then on April 20th, that's when our judges will get together to score the videos. Now I'm working on some really fun and cool behind the scenes stuff to try to get some high profile, possibly even a celebrity judge to get on board. So just stay tuned, come back, check the page to find out who our judges are going to be. Because again, I can tell you, remember I work in TV, so I know people sometimes. So I'm gonna see if somebody can do me a little favor and check out y'all work, because that would be super awesome if they can lay their eyes on some of the work that has been happening. And then on April 24th, we will announce the winners, okay? So what happens is, again, when you scroll down to the about the contest, make sure you read that, okay? This is just giving you a background on why we did this and what we're hoping to get out of it. But if you click on the official entry kit, it takes you to a document, okay? I'm gonna have to update it because I didn't put the new contest dates, but it gives you all the rules, okay? So you wanna make sure you're reading through this. This again says what's on the homepage, your eligibility. If you're under the age of 18, which most of you will be, you need to make sure your parents sign a talent release form, and then you will email that to the email address. All of that is in the instructions. Again, I'm going to update the contest timeline here, but here's where I want to spend some time. When you are creating your video, you're not just doing this willy-nilly, okay? You're going to answer one of these questions by your grade band. So if you're in grades K through 5, you are to answer one of these questions. How are you staying safe in your home or community? In what meaningful way are you and your family spending time together at home? How are you staying connected to your schoolwork, your math, science, social studies, English language arts, okay? If you're in grades 6 through 8, again, similar repeat. How are you staying safe in your home and community? And what meaningful ways are you and your family spending time together? How are you staying connected to your schoolwork? And then what creative ways are you making the most of your time? Any one of those 4. In grades 9 through 12, similar repeat. How are you staying safe? And what meaningful ways are you and your family spending time together? How are you staying connected to your homework and your schoolwork? That is super important to us because we want to make sure that you're not just Netflixing it and YouTubing it all day. Do some schoolwork. Stay connected. On our site, we are continuing to update it and adding links to all kinds of free resources, things that actually used to have a cost, different websites that you can go to get assistance with studying, whether it's Khan Academy or the Enoch Pratt Library. There's tons of resources that all of these, the museums, they're making their sites free so that you can take virtual tours. And so really use this time to have an enriching experience. I want to just kind of tie into the previous segment when we had Mar on and he didn't realize he was already a leader. You are a leader. You're a leader of your own life and your own education. You don't need to be in the building of a school. You don't need a teacher to give you work to do for you to be proactive about your learning. Your learning and your advancement is actually your responsibility. It's your duty to make sure you get what you came to get in this life, okay? So we are making some resources available so that you can get online and continue to self-teach yourself, all right? So the last question here that's a little bit different than the younger grades is, what is social distancing and why is it important and how are you practicing it, all right? So you saw the video with the COVID checklist. These are things, again, we want to make sure that your videos are keeping in mind. Make sure your content and your point is clear. Make sure you stay on topic. Exercise your voice. We really want to hear from you. We want to hear from you about how you're connecting to your work, why it's important to you to stay connected to your work, even though school is not in session, okay? We want you to be inspiring. People are really feeling sad and nervous and anxious right now, but this is your chance to make something really positive and can affect the way not only you were feeling, but other young people who may be feeling some of the same things you were, you can be inspiring to them at this time. And lastly, make sure your duration or the time length of your video stays between 1 minute, no less than 1 minute, no more than 2. The talent release form, you will email it to info@rootbranchfilmacademy.com. And these are just some other general contest things to keep in mind. You guys know about making videos. You want to make sure your content is original. You want to make sure your music is original if you're using any of that. If you're using images or graphics, even if you are getting it from like a Google image source or a free source like that, you still want to make sure you're giving credit in your video. That's why it was important for me to let you see the credits roll by at the end, because you want to cite your sources. Just like we teach you in school, you still got to cite your sources in video, okay? I'm looking to see, okay, I'm gonna come out of this. Sorry, y'all. This is why my screen sharing is a bad idea. Hold on. Let me get the contest up again. I pushed the wrong button instead of going back arrow.
It's all good.
All right, so the talent release form. I'm gonna pull this up. This is what it looks like. On this I line, you're going to print your name, okay? So even if you're a minor, print your name. And then down here, your talent. You are the talent. So you're going to put your address, your city, state, zip, your phone number, your email. And if you want to put any of your social media, you want to write it on there, your IG and all of that, that's cool too. You will sign here as the participant. And if you're under the age of 18, your parent or guardian will sign and date, okay? So you're going to fill this out, and then your parent or you will email this document back to me at the info@Root Branch Film Academy. There's a judging rubric. Again, no surprises here. You can read through the judging rubric so that you can see what the judges are going to be looking at when scoring your video. We're looking at originality, the organization. You know how in school we talk to you about having a beginning, middle, and end, and it's clear. We're still looking for your video to have some clear organization, all right? Is your content? What is the information you're trying to share? We're looking at how well you cover the topic. We're looking at your production quality. Is your lighting good? Is your sound good? You know what I mean? So if you're shooting with a window, you either want light in front of your face, not behind you, because it'll make you look dark and shadowed out. If you're shooting near a window, I have a window over here on this side of me, so it's giving me good light from this way. And I also have a light source this way. And again, youth voice, because that's super important to us. This is your chance to really speak your mind and speak up and advocate for yourself on this topic, all right? And again, we never know who's going to see this. A lot of media folks will see this, so this is your chance to get some shine, so speak up. Let's see, view some resources, okay? This is really helpful. Even beyond today, I would say download this document and keep this list, because if you continue to make videos, even if it's for your own YouTube channels or whatever, these are some sites where you can get free, royalty-free music and pictures to use, okay, for your videos. This is some more information, like I said, where you can get music, where you can get images. If I keep scrolling down, we have some other resources for connecting to your schoolwork. Like I said, Khan Academy. We got HeartSmiles on here. So stay connected, all right? We got the Pratt Library, education.gale, Brain Fuse. If you want more information on COVID, okay, you can go to these particular websites, primarily the CDC, okay? And I think this next site is for Johns Hopkins. For Baltimore resources, we added some other things that we thought would be helpful, including where to find food sites. So again, if you guys, need to kind of pick up supplies and food for your household and your family, there are a number of food sites around the city that are offering free food. So again, we will continue to add to this list so that this can be a go-to place for you to go to find valuable information. All right, last piece, guys. So when submitting your video, so if you come on down here, submit your video. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, this screen is not actually saying the right thing. Here we go. All right, so when you go to submit your video, you will type in these blocks. First, you're going to say which grade band you're in, elementary, middle, or high school. You're going to put the title of your video. You're going to give us a description. You're going to actually make your video and save it to YouTube, okay? Save it to YouTube, save it private or unlisted, and then you're going to put the URL link to your video here, and that's how we're going to get your video. Then you're going to click I have read and accepted. There will be a CAPTCHA, kind of really easy math problem, so we know that you're not a robot. And then you'll click that, and then click Add Video. Then again, once you added your video, you will download that talent release form, fill it out, and send a separate email to info@rootbranchfilmacademy.com with your release form signed by your parent. Someone on our administrative staff, if something is missing, will be double checking to make sure all videos have release forms. So if you receive an email from us saying we still need your release form, but just go ahead and do that right away. All right, so I'm gonna stop my screen share and I'm back.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you so much.
You got it.
All right. So questions. So with the prizes, it's going to be prizes awarded for each grade level. It's not just one overall prize for everybody.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. How are the babies getting paid? Is it a Cash App option or something like that with this new order to stay at home?
Exactly. So we were actually talking through that. And Johnny, I didn't even have this conversation with you, but not as relevant to the public, but I did talk to Emma and she said you oftentimes when you do your prizes, you Cash App. So I was like, well, it's no need to, if it works, it works, and I'm okay with that. So we will likely follow suit because all of the prize money amounts are low, beneath the limit. So we will likely Cash App the winners their prizes. And again, what makes this so cool is this is money straight to you. Like I've done so many video contests where the money might go to the school or the organization, but this is truly back to you. Okay. So that we'll figure out all of that, but I'm thinking we're going to lean in the Cash App direction because we like digital currency right now.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it. And here's a question from a super Karen, awesome adult. She said, how do I get on the voting panel?
Oh, okay. Email me and let's talk about that because I am putting together the panel. And I will say the panel will consist of one, maybe two youth as well. So this will not be a panel, just adults. So we'll have some young people on the judging panel as well.
Awesome. Awesome. Am I still allowed to do this even though I'm not in school? So like if this person graduated like last year or just graduated or something, would they still be eligible?
Oh my gosh, this is so hard. I wish I could do something for everyone, but this particular contest is to really get the feedback of those students who were thrusted into schools closed because of COVID-19. So in this case, I have to keep the cap at you're currently enrolled in school, K through 12th grade. Yeah.
Okay. Would they be able to collaborate with someone who is in school?
Yeah, so that as long as the person that's actually entering the contest is a student, that's fine. Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Those seem to be all the questions. Oh, hold up. All right. Can I join the judging panel? So this is a young person. So I guess you already
We got
kind
some
of
judging people, yes.
yeah, some judging people, right?
I love it. So yeah, I'm taking inquiries. I suspect I'll definitely get a lot of interest and requests to do that. So I would say maybe put together a resume or even a short bio or something just to tell me why you think you would be, you know, a great judge to do this. That's if you're a young person asking. Yeah.
That's awesome. And they can send that directly through Instagram?
Yes, they can do Instagram, or they can use that same email, info@Root Branch Film Academy, because that's where all the contest mail is going.
Awesome. Awesome. And a little birdie told me that you were actually hiring for some positions and paying some young people to be a part of this. Can you touch on that a little bit, if that's still an option?
It is still an option, and I will say I did get some referrals already, so I might be close to making my hiring decision. But again, Ms. B has a lot on her plate, and she's not all that social media savvy. So I need a young person who could really help me parlay and continue to push the contest on these social media platforms on a daily basis. So yes, we're looking at what kind of time commitment that will look like, how many hours, you know, for the week, and what the compensation will be. But that is a position or two that I have available funds in my budget to accommodate. And I'm excited to have young folks join the team.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're hiring a youth social media manager.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I love it. I love it. You get to work from home and make that Rona money.
And make Rona money. Come on now.
Man, that Rona
Rona
revenue is serious. I'm telling you, man, that Rona revenue is serious.
It's
I
serious.
appreciate you for offering those opportunities.
Absolutely.
All right. Is it an option for a 20-year-old as well?
Well, here's the thing. This is part of what this contest is also about. To introduce my company to the world, because we do youth. This is y'all our demographic. So even beyond this contest, I am constantly thinking, and you know this, Ms. Joni, I'm constantly thinking of new products and ways to engage young people in other programs that, you know, we do. Our company produces a teen talk show in the city called The Avenue that airs on Charm TV. You know, I've worked with some of your young people with that as well. So really, if you guys just continue to follow us on social media, shoot me your resume, you know what I mean? Because again, wheels are turning right now, and I'm loving that you guys are very interested, and I respond to that. So if I know that there's a need, I find a way to fill the need. So y'all want to work, y'all want to connect with Root Branch, I will continue to brainstorm innovative ways to keep you guys engaged with us. So put your resumes together, shoot it to me in an email, say, hey, I was on the success sessions, I heard your presentation. How can I be down with Root Branch? That's all you guys say.
Hey, I know that's right. So saying that you was on a success session definitely give you a little leg up.
It give you a leg up.
I love it. Yo, I love it. And it's crazy that you say it's shoot your resume, because on the success sessions last week, Miss Simone went through resumes.
See, now they ready. Y'all ready.
She went through. I love it. I love it. So yes, I'm glad that the 20-year-olds are coming out of the closet, because there's room for you in this as well. Awesome.
Same here. And like I said, just on the FYI to my 20-year-olds, again, things are gonna stop down right now, but we believe that this is going to pass. So Root Branch is the media instructor for the Baltimore Youth Film Arts Program. I would have to post the website, but I'm saying that to say this is a media arts driven fellowship program that's offered by Johns Hopkins. And what that means for you as a 20-year-old, you are in the age group. So it's from 16 to 29-year-olds. And so when you take one of my classes through the fellowship, you get paid to take my class. So
wow. Bang, bang, bang.
Bro, right.
What? You get paid to learn.
You get paid to learn with me. Come on now.
Listen, Miss P, it don't get no better than that. You lying. You gotta be lying. You gotta be lying. You ain't telling me somebody getting paid to learn.
I'm telling you the whole truth. And so
Wow.
we're on the roster to offer a summer session, but until we know where things stand, because right now we can't return to campuses and all of that. But again, follow me because I'll be posting saying, hey, my class is open. You can join. There's limited seats, but the fellows get paid to take the workshop.
That's amazing. Hey, if y'all know, like I know, y'all better jump in her inbox, stay in her DMs, turn her post notifications on, and make sure that you keeping up, because this is opportunities that we don't hear about. So when people say it ain't no opportunities, it ain't that it ain't no opportunities. We just don't know about it. And when we do find out, we don't make it an effort to stay connected with that. And don't be selfish. Tell somebody to tell somebody, because that's the only way that we can make sure that other young people know and can take advantage. And that ain't going to make your light shine any less by you putting somebody else on. So do something and put somebody else on, and let's make sure that people who want these opportunities have them. I have a comment here that says, I'm interested. I'm pretty good at promoting things on social media as I have my own business.
Yeah. Entrepreneur, come through.
Man, come through. So look, y'all, this is our time. Miss P, it's been amazing. Before we go, can you drop us a jewel, please?
Oh, man. I don't know. Goodness gracious. Okay, let me see. I actually just got off a call and, to all my entrepreneurs out there, especially in this time where we got to kind of rethink, reinvent ourselves. When you're coming up with your new best idea, think about what makes it new, better, or different. All right. How can you be new, better, or different? If you figure that out, you can corner your market. Okay. So be the best. All right. Be the first or be different. That's what you need to know right there.
Hey, I love it. I love it. New, better, or different. Thank you so much, Miss P. Y'all, we got Miss Mo coming up next, man. See y'all back in 5 minutes at noon exactly. Y'all make sure y'all get on this, man. I can't wait to see who the $500 winner is. All three of them.
All three of them.
Right. See you, Miss P.
All right. Be good.
My bad. I was on mute, y'all. But look, we are back. Success sessions. Miss Mo should be joining us shortly, man. If you missed that last session, you missed out, y'all. Miss P is amazing. And like that video contest, man, that's easy money, easy Rona revenue. Like, yo, it don't get no better than that. There she go. Yeah. Everybody fave, Miss Mo.
That's enough. That is enough.
Everybody favorite on a Monday morning.
That's enough.
Monday afternoon now. What's up, Miss Mo?
Hey, how are you?
Yo, I'm doing great, y'all. But did you catch any of Miss P who was just on?
No, I didn't. I'm so sorry.
Yo, no, it's all good. It's all good. But yo, when I tell you the opportunities that she has for our young people, like I'm just so excited. Like this whole media production world. And she also clarified too that for her $500 prize, it's going to be 3 $500 prizes, not just one.
Wait a minute.
It's going to be 3 $500 prizes, I think 300 and like 3 100. Whatever the like category is, it's going to be 3 for all of them. So like the elementary kids going to have their own, the middle school kids going to have their own, and then the high school kids going to have their own. And then one thing too that she said was people who are out of high school, like you can collaborate with somebody who is in high school.
Yes, opportunities.
Yo, I'm telling you, yo, Rona revenue. I love it.
These names.
Yo, look, man, you know I love a good name.
No, that's a good name.
Yo said, can't wait to see the results of the submissions for the contest closed off. No. And that's what she said at the beginning, was that she actually extended it. So now you have until April 10th. So the link that I dropped in the comments, use that to go so that way you can see all the official timelines and stuff like that. But no, the contest is not closed off. It is still going on, alive, well and strong. So go ahead and get your video submitted. Oh, thank you, Kat. 500, 250, and 100. Yo, can you imagine an elementary kid, $500?
No, I can't.
Like,
I won $300 in elementary school, and I didn't know what to do with it.
that's some coins.
Absolutely. Like I don't know, like I don't even know what you do with that, but that's amazing.
That's some coins. Yeah, I love it. And she said she has some like hiring positions and stuff like that, especially once we are post Rona.
Yes, Miss P.
Yeah, but look, she said anybody who's been attending success sessions, that's just hit it up and say, yo, I attend success sessions, and then bam, automatically you got a leg up. If that ain't opportunity, man, I don't know what it is. Our partners are amazing, y'all. Our partners are amazing. Yeah, man.
Absolutely. She said, thank you so much for having me on. I had a blast.
Yeah, Miss P. Definitely. And if y'all catching the rewind of this session, y'all need to rewind all the way back to start it with Miss P and watch it moving forward, because she definitely dropped some jewels, and especially people who are interested in that media production and all that type of stuff like that. Like that's the person you want to connect with. Like I'm just blessed. I'm just blessed. So I love it.
Absolutely.
Man. How about that powerhouse lineup of guest speakers we got this week?
You listen. I was like, we got a whole week already. And if y'all don't even know, like Miss Joni didn't even send that request out like a week ago. I don't even know when she sent it out, but it happened fast, y'all. People want to get on here. People definitely want to talk to y'all. Definitely want to engage with y'all. And I know that they want y'all to talk to them as well. So just keep tuning in, keep attending these sessions, because it's good. They end up being good for everybody involved. So.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So we have Ms. P kick us off on Monday. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow we got Agent Dabney. If y'all know somebody on parole or probation, which I know you do, if y'all know somebody that's in trouble with the law, which I know you do, or if it's somebody who is interested in the law, being their profession. Tomorrow's guest session, you definitely want to be on it. And did I tell y'all that's my sister? No, that's my sister, y'all.
I mean,
So,
yeah, I
so y'all know that session is about to be funny. But no, listen, y'all make sure y'all tag a couple of people because y'all already know, man, they need to be on this session. And then Wednesday, we got Dr. Josh, man. Like, yo, that's a big one. If y'all have been following this Rona thing at all, you know that John Hopkins is like right on the front lines of this whole situation. And for him to, step down and to be able to talk to us about, what's going on and talk with you guys directly, like that's a big, big deal. He's the vice dean at the Bloomberg School of Public Health. So you're talking high up there, but coming down here to spend some time with us, definitely a good look. And then we got Miss Tiffany, yo, founder of Finding the Beauty in Your Struggle. Like, I just love that name. Like, ain't that cool?
it's beautiful. It's a beautiful name. Yeah.
Finding the beauty in your struggle, and she's going to be talking about persistence through adversity. Like, and that's just one of those topics that, regardless of where you are in life, it's applicable. So definitely make sure y'all show up for that, man. And we got more stuff coming for y'all. I ain't even gonna tell y'all, but I heard Principal Miller was about to be on the lineup too. So
Absolutely.
yeah. So what's up with you, Miss Mo? What we doing today, man?
What are we doing today? All right. So last session, we kind of talked about like protecting our space and kind of like protecting our energy. And so moving on from protecting our space, I wanted to talk about like what you do if you're uncomfortable with something or you feel like you're overwhelmed with something, but you still have to complete a task. So in the protecting your space and protecting your energy, we talked about like things that we like just absolutely wouldn't compromise, but like what happens if you have to compromise those things, or what happens that if like the things that are that make you comfortable can't be present at the time. So I'm going to start off kind of with that, and then I'm going to talk about like who do we allow in our spaces, and how do we kind of like determine if those people can have a place in our space. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm going to start
That's
off.
deep.
It can be.
Yeah,
It can be. First, Ken said, wow, hey, Miss Tiffany, I like that name too. I'm excited for that one. I am too. I'm gonna have to tune in right for that whole session, because y'all know I'll be popping in and out of these sessions just depending on what like what I have to do that day. Not like because I'm trying to avoid them or anything, because if I could, I would sit there and watch every single one. So that's why it's good we got these replays, because listen, sometimes in the moment it's not possible, but definitely. So the question is, so what do I do if I'm uncomfortable but I still have to do something or a task? And the number one thing I kind of wanted to identify was looking at the bigger picture. So Ms. Joni kind of says this a lot, and then just in general, like looking at yourself. So you may feel down, you may feel uncomfortable, you may feel like horrible, like today is just not your day. You're exhausted, people getting on your nerves, like people are draining you of your energy, but you have to think about like how you're affecting other people if you're not present, and kind of like think about how to affect others, and think about like the blessing that you could be to others even if you participate. And then on the flip side, like thinking about what you gain for participating in that particular task or thing. And then just kind of like looking at it like, okay, if I really don't do this thing, what happens, and what are the consequences of me not doing it? And then do I like tarnish my reputation by not doing it as well? Now this is kind of like a far-reaching kind of thing, but something that I build a reserve like of energy that you just have, like that you just kind of tap into when you absolutely have to. And I don't really have a surefire way. Y'all gotta bear with me because I feel like my screen is like freezing. But I don't have a surefire way of building this reserve of energy, but it's kind of like your last resort. Like you tap into it when you absolutely have to. And then you're just like, it's like your last surge of energy. So like, only analogy I kind of have is like a car, right? A car, when it runs out of gas, you still have that gas reserve or something. You don't want to rely on that gas reserve because ultimately your tank is going to stay empty. But you still kind of have that last push to use if you need to get through a situation. And another thing that you can kind of practice is rewarding yourself after you have done that particular task or have done that particular thing, to kind of give you something to look forward to. If you just can't be fulfilled in the moment, or you feel like you're not fulfilling to others in the moment, give yourself something to look forward to. It doesn't have to be monetary, like you don't have to spend money on it. It doesn't have to be, this big extravagant thing that you do for yourself, but just something little that gets you through that day, that tough day, or that tough hour, or something like that. So those are just a few things that you can kind of do to overcome, being uncomfortable in that moment. Miss Joni, feel free to understand, to share what you do when you feel uncomfortable or feel like you can't. Well, maybe not. Can't do something. Hey, Mom.
I wanted to ask you for like some examples of some of those things, like when you say, things that, okay, I'm uncomfortable doing this, but I should do it anyway. Like, what are some of those things?
So immediately for me, this whole like.
Hold on, what you mean this? How I had to badger you to do success sessions?
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Be real with these people.
Yes. Okay, I'm getting to it. Can we wait?
Well, ready for that.
Yeah, no, I was, because I already knew you were about to anyway. Okay, so yes, this success session. We touched on this last week. Like, I was not trying to do this. And one of the main reasons was I was uncomfortable doing it. I have never done anything like this. And I mean, I've taught like classes, I guess, and I facilitated like mock sessions, like not real sessions, like maybe for a class or something like that. But it was always like a guide. It was always like a curriculum or something present where I could literally like follow it, like word for word. And I just had to say it. But with this, like, I was like, okay, I gotta pick up a topic. This is Monday through Friday every day. Like, this every day at the same time. And then I was just like, ain't nobody gonna watch me. Like, I don't have like, these are real things that I was like telling myself. And that's kind of like examples of like stopping yourself from doing something. Because your mind can really be a dangerous thing. It could be a great thing. It can skyrocket you, and elevate you, but it can also be a really bad thing. So I was like, don't nobody want to watch me sit here and talk about this stuff. Nobody wants to relate to this, and nobody wants to like just hear me speak. And then I'm trying to think of one of the other reasons, but basically I didn't want to do it, right? So I looked and I was like, okay, I'm gonna say I'm gonna do it. But then after I said I was gonna do it, I shared with Miss Joni, I shared with her the reasons as to why I wasn't gonna do it. I already knew she was gonna be like, those are not legit reasons. And so yeah, she had to badger me a little bit, and she just had to kind of like push me to do it. But in the end, I'm grateful for the experience, and I'm grateful to be able to engage with y'all, because right now we really can't. And that's a huge part of my life. So that I'm kind of taking it rough, which kind of leads me into my next example of being uncomfortable, but still, trying to do something that you like absolutely have to do. This weekend was rough for me, y'all. Like, this weekend was really rough for me. And I was just trying to to gain control of my emotions and trying to, figure out what we're going to talk about today, and like just dealing, with the things happening in our city, but also like the things happening in the world right now. Like I feel those things like 100%. And some people would label it like an empath. Um, so even when it's not me that's being directly affected, like it's hard for me to get through those things. So this morning, I'm not gonna lie, I woke up and I was like, all right. So things that you have to do today, you have to work, because I'm on a work from home schedule, y'all. You have to do a success session because that was your commitment. That's your time to engage with some of the people that you love the most. And that's your time to maybe, share something that you are going through, or share something that you're trying to, struggle through, that may be an inspiration to others. So here I am, y'all, in an uncomfortable place, but that's becoming more and more comfortable every day. But yeah, that's one of my examples. Well, two of my examples, I guess.
Man, I love it. Thank you so much. Yo, this whole world was uncomfortable to me. Like, oh, I love it. Like, I told you, like, I didn't, know anything about nonprofits. I didn't know anything about youth. I didn't know anything about nothing. Like, you talking about, the times where you taught, you had, a curriculum, you knew what you were going to say step by step. I had never even taught. So, like the whole thing was uncomfortable to me, but, I've always just kind of lived my life with that thing of, you know what, I'll cross that bridge when I get there, because I never wanted to be that person that was so busy planning and so busy making sure everything was perfect that you never moved. I'm not saying don't plan. I absolutely do plan. It's a very important step in what you do. But am I concerned about getting every single detail down? Absolutely not. Am I concerned about, how every single talking point is going to go? Absolutely not. And 9 times out of 10, I don't even have talking points. I'm going to go just based off of what naturally and organically flows in that conversation or session or whatever the case may be. So, but thank you for sharing that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And like I was I'm the well, not anymore so much. I'm like 50%. But like I was the opposite. Like everything needed a plan. Like everything needed a step. Everything needed like this time. This is the time it's gonna take. Like I need to write it down. This is exactly how it's gonna happen. We had point 1, 2, and 3, 1A, 2A, 3A, all that. We had all of that, right? And to an extent, I still operate like that, but definitely like moving forward, like I can't always, because things literally happen by the minute. Like I'll get a message or an email. It's like, this thing is happening today, and I'm like,
I can't live my life like that, man. I can't live my life like that.
Can't either now.
Yeah.
Thank you for not allowing me to live like that.
I need flexibility built into my life, man.
Yeah, I do now, but that's not. And if I had to change plans, I was not trying to. Nah, we ain't changing nothing. This is how it's gonna happen. But yeah,
even if it's no longer the best idea, that's still what you're going with.
I didn't even. I was just like, no, like this is what's gonna happen. Like that's it.
Yo.
Oh, absolutely. But no, I mean that was a couple of years ago. That's not the person that I kind of am now. Because I can't be, in order to like, kind of do what's best, So yeah, man. Yeah.
Love it. I love it.
So yeah, those are like things that I kind of practice. I'm definitely practicing kind of like looking at the bigger picture in this particular day, in this particular moment. So moving on into like, who do I want around me? And so the first kind of point that I have is like, is this person draining me? And is this, relationship that I'm trying to have, is this mutually beneficial, right? So I have, kind of an example of that. I had a friend, this was years ago, but this was just like one of the main things that happened. Like I had a friend, like she was constantly like seeking this particular group of people's approval, like constantly seeking their approval. And I was like dumb close to her, right? So, and she would do anything to like stay friends with these people. Like they could tell her like throw rocks at this house, like jump off this brick. Like she would have done these things. So I was close to her, but I was like, she was constantly talking about what these other people were doing, constantly like comparing me to these people. And I'm like, sis, like, what are you doing? Like, we're supposed to be close. Like, we're supposed to be, you know, having this friendship. We're supposed to be, just kind of like cool or whatever. And she just couldn't like shake comparing me to these people. It couldn't shake seeking these other people approval. So some time passed, and she made the decision to cut me off. And I'm like, all right. and then she went off to kind of be close with the other people, the people that she kept like trying to impress and kept trying to do stuff for. She went to go be close with them, like even though I was there for her and I was the one like sitting with her when she was crying because these people were rejecting her and like doing all these things. And it put me in a position where I realized like I had to like, because I was alone kind of in that moment, and I was like, my energy is like gone, like she's gone, and I feel bad about it. But after I was like done crying and like done like mourning the loss of the relationship, I was like, I don't have any strength left. Like she literally like took, and I gave too, like you have to realize, but like she literally like took everything that I had, and I gave her everything that I had, and then she left me. So like that's going back to like last week we were talking about, like some people remove themselves from your situation and you just have to let them go. And I didn't have any choice but to let her go, but ultimately like I had to, just in general. So you can ask yourself questions like, does this person like only call when they need something, or does this person only come to me when they need something? Do they only contact you when they just feel like they have nothing left and they need support? Do they support you when you lose and when you win? So like are they only coming around kind of when you lose and like it's okay, like you'll get there, but then when you're like winning, you don't know where they are. And then like there is no congratulations, it's no like support like from there, and or anything like that. Like are you practicing those types of relationships? And then you need to flip those questions on you too, because sometimes it's you. So do I only call when I need something? Do I only contact people, when I need support? Do I support people when they win and lose? Like you have to, this is not an other people problem all the time. Sometimes it's you. So you have to evaluate the people around you and then evaluate yourself as well. Kim said, positive people, she didn't belong around you anyway. Absolutely, Kim. Absolutely, Kim. Man, that was rough too, because like I was talking to her every day, and just like she would literally like be crying like all the time, and like I'm a crier, so like okay, I get it, but like she'd just be crying and sad all the time because these people like didn't like her, and I'm like, well, maybe the people just don't like you, like it's okay. And then at one point she had me like trying to like get in with the people too, and she was like, you need to do this, and you not doing this, and we about to go hang out, but we not. And I'm like, how old are we? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what's going on? So it's crazy, man. It's it's crazy, man. Just kind of like, the relationships that you could have, and that you do have. But just make sure you always flip those questions on yourself, because it's just that's very important, I think, to the process.
Yeah. That's a great point,
Mara
man.
said, I'm absolutely speechless. You're making some great. Thanks you so. I hope you're talking about me. I don't know if you're talking about Cam or talking about me. Oh, see,
I think
my
he's talking
friend, I
about
just
both of
can't do it.
y'all.
Oh, okay, we back.
Yeah, he's talking about both
My
of y'all.
screen
You over
like
there
froze.
speaking facts. But I wanted to just add on like one quick point to like what you were saying because it's so
Okay.
prevalent. Is that when people were giving you the gift of goodbye, like you gotta happily accept that. And like sometimes don't question, don't argue, don't fight back. Just say thank you. Because the universe has a funny way of removing people for you without you even putting any effort because long term or whatever the case may be, that person may not be good for you, that person may not be a match. And I always tell people too, like where you going in terms of success, everybody can't go. Even some of the people who we might want to go with us and we might want to experience this life and experience success and be our cheerleader and be there, like it ain't for everybody. Everybody can't go. And when people are doing you a favor by self-exiting, man, thank you. Thank you. Yo, that's the easiest. That's like the easiest, man. I lost count of how many friends and people that I no longer have contact with as a result just of, my success in my life and all that stuff now. Like, and it's sad. I mean, but who cares at this point? But it's like, thank you for removing yourself and for showing me who you was when the situation was at a certain level. Because now leveling up, I ain't even got time to deal with some of the stuff that could have been coming my way. But that's a great point though.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't really want to underestimate like the pain or sadness or feelings that you might have, like especially in that moment, especially like when it's fresh, of those people, especially the ones that you were close to and the ones that you loved, or the ones that spoke with often, or like supported them, or they supported you or whatever, do certain things. Like I don't want to underestimate like how you may feel, right? um in those moments. But some of that will be with time, that those emotions will be removed. And some of that will just be things that you actively kind of have to work on to reduce kind of what you're feeling. And then you kind of have to ask yourself, like, why did this happen? Um and and am I better off, with this person or these people out of my life? So yeah, man, you're definitely gonna feel it. Because if you ain't feel nothing for the person, or if you didn't, have a relationship with the person, then it probably won't even affect you. You'd be like, all right, bye. But if you did, if you did have a relationship, you may feel, certain things. Um, so yeah. And then some other questions that you can kind of ask yourself, like, are these people that I'm surrounding myself with or choosing to be a part of, are they like-minded? Do we share common interests? Um, because those kind of things, like, you're probably not going to last long, especially kind of on that morals and that values tip. Because if you don't share the same morals and the same values with those person, that's like a foundational type of thing. And your relationships will fizzle quickly. If you don't share those important things. Um, Another question that you can ask yourself, like, am I forcing this? Like, am I just like doing the most to get this person's attention or to get these people's attention? Am I the one that's always calling, and I'm the one that's always texting, I'm the one that's always emailing, and I'm kind of hearing like silence, uh, as a response, and that goes back to like, is this mutually beneficial? And then you can literally make qualities that people around you must have, like things that you just won't compromise on, things that you're just like, like if you're not doing these things, or if you're not this kind of person, I mean, doesn't mean I'm not going to talk to you, but I'm just not going to be close with you or allow you, into my close space. Like, yeah, we can be cool, but I don't know about like long term, kind of deep on a deep level relationship. So yeah, that's kind of questions that you can kind of ask yourself about your company that you're keeping. Anything you would like to add, Miss
Well,
Jenny?
I want to know because you hit on a good little point right there, talking about people doing the most, right? Like, how do you know when you in that space of doing the most? Because I know for me, like, normally I'm on the receiving end of that. And this is why I got so many unread text messages and like unread emails, like in my personal emails and stuff like that, because I'm just like, look, like, we in totally different lanes, I'm on a totally different mindset. Like, it's just some things that I just refuse to make time for because I know that it ain't about nothing. So, but yet and still, I still get the same texts. I still get the same emails. So like, if you on that other side, like, how do you know when you doing the most and when you should just like just chill?
Okay. So you want to know how those particular people should know, like when they're
Yeah,
doing
because I
too
don't
much?
get how that works.
Okay. So you have to. All right. So kind of like, if you're constantly trying to communicate with this person and this person is not communicating back with you, like, stop. Like, literally physically stop. Like, if you have to like block all that person's like forms of communication or whatever, do that. If you have to like physically remove yourself from a space, do that. Because I feel like, I don't know, you also have to have like a level of self-awareness and like self-worth. Like, if you're just constantly trying to get in communication with these people and like they're just not responding back, like, why? You have to ask yourself, like, why am I still trying to communicate with this person? 9 times out of 10, that person doesn't want nothing to do with you, or you've already tarnished that relationship or whatever. And then, I mean, I could see like if y'all didn't have like a final conversation about your relationship, like I could see if you're just like cutting these people off just cold turkey. But if you've had conversations, or if you've had, kind of that closure, some people feel good about closure, some people don't. I think I'm kind of a closure person. I would like explanations for things, but just stop doing it. And if you can't stop doing it, talk to a person, like, be like, yo, hold me accountable for like sending messages to this person. Hold me accountable for calling this person. Like, don't let me do this certain thing. We've been talking about accountability partners. It seems like all week, last week, like people's lessons just kind of like touched on it. Involve somebody else into that journey. Kind of, if you just can't break yourself off of that person. And then if you're like on the receiving end of that, I mean, does that bother you?
Yeah, it's just annoying.
But why does it, like, if you're on the receiving end, like, I mean, if it's annoying, like, block them. I mean, maybe not block them, but sometimes you gotta block people. It depends.
Yeah. Oh no, I block when I have to. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I definitely block when I have to. But it's just like, people just don't be getting it sometimes.
And you have to understand, like, sometimes that's just gonna happen. And just kind of like, it might be annoying, but you got other stuff to do at the end of the day. So sometimes you might just not be able to stop it. They're gonna have to make a choice to stop it for themselves. If you don't want the notifications hitting your phone, you know what to do.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Obviously, Cam said, obviously you can see you're being ignored. The other person going on doing them, and they're not paying you any mind. Block.
Oh, man.
Yes, Cam.
Block
Yeah,
list about to get super long now. That's
it
crazy.
might. And you know
No,
what?
it's
I didn't
already
even
long.
Yeah, I didn't even really start using my block feature until like this year.
Are you
No, till
serious?
last year. Last year. Yeah. Last year, 2019. Yeah, for what? Like, I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, no, I was in and that was kind of a space that I was in. I was like, don't nobody bother me to the point where, I need to block them.
Oh no, I've been on that.
Well, I just wasn't in that position before, but then I was just like, oh, okay, this is the thing. Let me go on my settings real quick and add these add these people. And to this day, my blacklist is not long. It's not long. Because it takes a lot for me kind of to block people, but sometimes that's just like the ultimate thing that you have to rely on, man. I don't know. Ken don't have a problem over here blocking people, I see.
No, you can't.
But yeah. Any other questions, comments about people that you may allow in your space?
I mean, not for me. I think that that's pretty straightforward and simple the way that you explained it. Definitely interested in hearing y'all questions and comments if y'all have any. But no, not for me. No, not right now. I think you did a great job.
Okay, thanks. So that we protected our like physical space and our energy. We determine kind of like who we're gonna allow in our space. And then now we're gonna move on to like how do we communicate in certain spaces. So like y'all know my overall overarching topic is like introverting, like in this world that we live in. So I'm just kind of going to offer some tips like communicating with an introvert and then tips for introverts communicating with other people. So tips for communicating with people who may label themselves as an introvert. Respects our like calm energy. So that may be, we may show that by not being quiet. We may show that by just kind of like looking at you and like nodding. I think 9 times out of 10, we're kind of like we're actively listening to you. It's rarely a time, and I can kind of speak personally. It's rarely a time where I'm like sitting there and just not capturing anything that you're saying. And if I'm not capturing what you're saying, then that means I'm like doing something else. And I'm just gonna have to tell you, like, hey, I'm so sorry, like I'm doing something else. I didn't catch what you said, or can we have another time to kind of talk about this? So we're like usually actively listening, and we don't necessarily express all of our emotions where you can see them. So we're not gonna tell you, well, I'm not gonna tell you like if I'm having a bad day and you need to talk to me, or like I need to like listen to you. I'm not gonna explicitly tell you that up front. Maybe I'll tell you later depending on the dynamic of the relationship that we have. But I'm not gonna tell you up front. And that's normally because like I just want to listen to what you say, and I want to ultimately like make you feel better if I can, or just kind of like sometimes people just automatically feel better by venting or ranting or whatever they need to do. So excuse me. Just kind of respect like our calm energy, right? I talked about this last
Can I
week.
ask you one question real quick before you move on with that? So when you said don't worry about like how I feel, like is that to say that you could be in a not so good place, but you just worried about the other person?
Mm-hmm.
Like how?
How do I do it personally?
Well, like how do that work? Like how do that work, and why is that I don't want to say why is it good, but like why is that your preferred method? If I'm hurting, if I got something going on with me, I'm just going to push that to the side and say, you know what? I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just focused on you.
Okay, so I don't think it's not good or bad. And that's kind of why I kind of switched it to we to like I, because that's definitely like a personal choice that I make. Um, and like you asking me like how do I do that, or why do I choose to do that? I just want to make sure I'm answering your question.
Both, really.
Did my screen freeze? Oh, both. Okay. How do I do that? I'm really good at like I'm really good at like not not really dealing with what I'm going through like in the moment. Like if somebody immediately needs my assistance or needs my support, like I'm like, all right, so everything that I'm feeling right now out the window. I don't know where that comes from. And I think it's both my blessing and my curse. I have no idea where that comes from. But it just kind of happens. And as far as like why I do it, um, I'm not good at immediately dealing with my emotions and then kind of like well, I'm good at like feeling my emotions, but if it's another person like involved, I'm not good with immediately dealing with my emotions. I just kind of want to put that other person first. And that's kind of why I do it. So it's because I'm putting that other person first, and if they can feel better, if they can feel, happier in that moment, even if I can't, I think that that's super, super important. Um, is it the best choice? I don't know, but it works. It works for me most of the time. So
So what would be your advice to a young person that maybe that's how they go about things, where they care more about other people versus, I don't want to say versus caring about themselves, because you never said that you don't care about yourself, but they attending to other people and their feelings before they attend to themselves.
um, you're gonna have to know your limits, and that's kind of what I was practicing immediately this weekend, but also um, just probably like more recently in the last couple of years. Like you're gonna have to know your limits, because I mean you hear people say all the time like you can't help other people if you're not like helping yourself first. Maybe that's not the correct wording, but hopefully y'all get the general idea. Like it's something like an empty vessel can't pour into others, or something like that. You're gonna have to know your limits, and you're gonna have to catch it early. The earlier that you can catch it, as far as age wise, I think that that's important. So a 16, 15, 14-year old might be watching this right now, and ask yourself like, okay, am I always putting other people before me? And am I in a position where I feel bad, or I feel pain, or and I'm just not immediately dealing with that. Because the more years that you're giving to other people, and the more years that you're giving to other people, um, more than you're kind of like putting into yourself, the more you're gonna feel the effects of those things. So catch it early. Definitely still be a giving person. Definitely still be a caring person, but just kind of know when it's time to step back and be like, you know what, I can't do this right now. And the way you kind of deal with that is I can't do this right now because I'm not my best self right now. But is there a time later today or tomorrow that we can have a conversation about it? Or are you in immediate danger right now? Or you know, can you just not handle it? And if the answer to are you in immediate danger right now is no, if that other person can handle it without you, just kind of like, okay, I'll catch up with you later. We can definitely talk about this, but I can't handle this right now. And that's kind of how you can navigate that.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Um, Oh, so the second thing, as far as like communicating with an introvert, and Miss Joni attested to this last week. Do not push the person. Be patient. Do not push them, even if you think you understand them, even if you think like you can see it like on their face or in their body or whatever. Don't push them, because they're not gonna tell you, or they're gonna get frustrated with you, and you don't really want to do that either. Um, try to have conversations or exchanges like in intimate like settings with introverts. And I don't mean like intimate, like I mean like close, like one-on-one, or like a group of like 3 or 4 people versus like 20, 25, 30 people. You're trying to have an important conversation. Like 9 times out of 10, that's not going to work. Ask the person like, hey, can we, take a step aside, or can we step into another room, or can I give you a call or something like that. I'm trying to have important conversations, in the midst of big crowds. And then don't be all over the place. Like, don't be like unfocused in your points and your conversation, and then try to like allow us to process what you're saying. So like if you're talking about, like, I'm gonna just use fruit because that's what I'm thinking about right now. Like if you're talking about apples and then you automatically talk, about bananas, and then you talk about oranges, and you talk about pineapple. We didn't process the conversation that you just had about apples yet. I didn't catch that. I don't know what you're saying to me. I didn't do that. So just kind of like take pauses, try to like focus on one point at a time, and make sure that person understands what you're saying, and then you can kind of move on to that next topic or thing. And then throwing out tips for like introverts, like that want to communicate or need to communicate. And this is a big thing for me. Like, look at this.
Yeah, that's
He
Elder.
knows. I don't understand. It's between, listen, I don't understand. Like, y'all know I got this thing 12 to 1 every day. I'm gonna have to call her back. I'm sorry for the vibrations. But yeah, so tips for introverts communicating. Trust your gut, and don't be afraid to share your opinions. And that's a huge one for me. Because I am not trying to say anything, especially in like meetings or like things where people may be talking about like certain ideas. I don't really want to say too much because either somebody already said what I was gonna say, and honestly, I should have taken that opportunity to share whatever I was thinking of, or I just feel like I don't have anything to contribute. And the thing about it is, you always have something to contribute, and your opinions matter. And those kind of sound cliche, but those are real like things. You always have something to contribute, and your opinions always matter. And make sure that you take time to kind of practice doing that. So if you need to share your opinions with somebody or your ideas with somebody first before you go into a bigger group setting, definitely do that. If you have to do it in levels, definitely do that. So you tell one person, and then you tell 2 people, and then you tell 3 people, definitely do that. But just consider like the consequences of you not speaking up, right? So let's say a piece of information, or that you have an idea that could really just be innovative and can really help the situation, and you didn't say anything. Consider what kind of doesn't happen as a result of you not sharing. So just kind of be brave enough to do that. Um, and then we talked about like someone else taking you away from the situation and taking you into a more intimate setting. Bring people into what's more comfortable for you, into a more comfortable environment. So like you made a decision that you want to kind of socialize with that person, suggest an environment that may be more comfortable for you. So if they're trying to have a conversation in the midst of a big group or a busy place, or just a place where you feel like you can't really focus, take them and say, hey, no, can we not have this conversation right now? Can we move to this other place? Or, hey, I know, can we have this conversation like in a few minutes where my mind is a little bit more calm, or things like that. You can make suggestions and contribute to the environment that's going to be best for you. And then just you kind of have to like put yourself like out there sometimes to get more comfortable in these environments, because like sometimes you can't change the environment, sometimes you can't change the people, sometimes you can't do these things, so you have to build your skills in order to be able to do these things. So attend a networking event. Sometimes that can be a nightmare, especially if you're like a true introvert and you're not really trying to like immediately engage with like new people, or you may be kind of afraid of your talking points or your conversations. Throw yourself into those new environments, into like a networking event, or developing like a new hobby, or just kind of like discovering new talents. You'll meet people that have common interests as you, and then that'll help you kind of launch yourself into certain environments that you may not be too comfortable in. But then sometimes like when you go to these events or into these environments you're not comfortable in, you'll quickly become comfortable, especially depending on the people that you decide to talk with. So yeah, kind of just have to take that leap sometimes, y'all. Even if you
So how do you like build that confidence then? So like if you know that you have ideas or things that you want to share, or maybe even a hard conversation with somebody that you may want to have, just like how you gave the example of saying, don't talk to me right here, let's talk in a more private place or something like that. Like if I'm a young person and I know that that's what I want to do and that's what I want to say, but my confidence isn't there, what advice would you give me to build my confidence up so that way I can be that and do that?
So start with something that you're passionate about, or passionate about. So something that like you love, something that you love. So like I have to give an example because that's the only way I can kind of answer that question. So y'all know like I'm part of HeartSmiles. And kind of in my position with HeartSmiles, I kind of have to do things that I'm not always comfortable with. But because I love y'all like dearly, and because I love the organization and just like the mission, or of the organization, like I'm gonna have to do certain things. So it's easier for me in those particular situations to step into an environment that may make me uncomfortable, because I love it, because I'm passionate about it. And that's kind of where you start. So like find a situation that has things present that you're passionate about, and then it'll just automatically kind of resonate in other parts of your life. It's just and then you'll just be able to you kind of apply those steps into other situations. That's what works for me. Hopefully that kind of answers your question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's kind of what it is.
Man, our time though.
Dwindle. It's gone.
Yo, I know. Time be going by so fast, man. We're gonna have to get ready to wrap up in a second. Oh, you got a question though.
Ken said, so when you're passionate, you're willing to do anything necessary. I wouldn't say any I wouldn't say anything. But it definitely just makes it easier, Ken. So because like if you claim that you love something, you claim that you're passionate about something, like you're gonna have to show those things where other people can see them. So yeah, it just makes it easier. I will say like anything that's kind of like contributing to the thing that I'm passionate about, contributing positively to the thing that I'm passionate about. Excuse me, yeah, I'm willing to do it, or to at least direct it to someone else that can do it, or at least, be a part of making it happen. As far as like doing anything necessary now, that's where you kind of have to use your judgment. Like, you can't just be out here doing anything and everything, especially if it's not positively contributing. You have to like know what's positive and what's negative. But yeah, anything that's positively contributing, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it. It's uncomfortable a lot, but it's something that you just have to do.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, passion is one of those. It's one of those feel good things. So like the thing that trump everything for me is commitment. So if I'm committed to it, then absolutely I'm going to do whatever is necessary. Like Ms. Mo said, though, like I'm never going to compromise my values, my morals. I'm never going to compromise my character, who I am. Whatever the thing is that needs to get done, I'll find a way to get it done. That's, in line with who I am. But passion to me is just a bonus. It's an add-on. It's amazing that I get to be passionate about my work. It's amazing that I get to be passionate about, some of the people that I talk to and the conversations that I have. But the thing that keeps me going is the commitment. Like once I said I'm going to do it, that's it. It's done. I gotta go through with it once I've committed myself to it. Like, so for me, that's where I'm at with that whole thing.
Yeah, that's an important one too. That's a close. I feel like right now, passion is like number one. Passion and like love, and then like number two is like that commitment. Or maybe that's like 1A. I don't know. I didn't make a list. Maybe I will make a list. but yeah, if you say you're gonna do something, you absolutely have to do it. So there are times where, you might have to compromise it, but you try not to. So
yeah, man. And just real quick, if I can say just one small thing, because I know that our time is gone. The commitment really has to be strong, right? And a little quick example was yesterday. We was on this phone call, right? And the contract that we had, the contract is a $20,000 contract, right? Our commitment was 1, 2, and 3. Because of Rona, obviously, they were about to let us off the hook for commitment number 1 and just say, you know what? We only want to hold you to 2 and 3. And I told them I could have easily have taken that because they're getting the same amount of money for now less work. Could have easily taken that. But my exact words was, no, we committed to doing, 1, 2, and 3. So hold us to 1, 2, and 3. And given the whole Rona situation, like even if we fall short, then that's going to push us to be creative, to figure out how we cannot fall short and how we can make it up. So I just say that to say, where anybody else would have probably just, taken advantage of that situation. Like, what? I'm getting 20K, less work, might as well go ahead and take it. I'm like, nah, we're going to still do what our commitment was. And because of Rona, we probably going to end up doing more work now, just thinking about what the commitment is. But that right there, I think will go a long way just in general for our reputation, for me as a person, and just that when people think about you and think about what you stand for, like small little things like that, let them know that you for real about what you're doing and that like you ain't come to play no games. So.
Y'all heard it here first. Kim real quick said, hold yourself accountable. Yep, hold yourself accountable. If you find that you can't hold yourself accountable, find somebody else to hold you accountable. And then Bree said, motivation gets you started, commitment keeps you going.
Absolutely. Yo, I say that all the time, yo. Discipline, y'all. Discipline. Yeah. But that's all. We could go a whole nother 5 hours on that. But our time
5 hours.
Our time is absolutely. What's your jewel, Miss Mo?
That was the jewel. Bye.
No. Hey, yo, what? You see how she try to get over y'all?
Oh,
What's the jewel, man? What you leaving us with?
the jewel is protect your energy at all costs.
Y'all heard it here. Protect your energy at all costs. All right, with that being said, we're officially out. Y'all got a nice little break to work on yourself, get something to eat, do whatever it is you want to do. We back here at 2:00 with Miss Kaitlyn. She doing all things academic. So whatever schoolwork you got, I don't care what it is, biology, history, English, what else? Social studies, whatever you got,
All the things, all the things.
bring that. Bring that. And if you want to get on here live to talk with Miss Kaitlyn to walk through like your packet or your work or whatever like that, let me know that too. I'll give you the code so that way you can get on. But yeah, bring all your work. We're doing all that academic work starting at 2:00. All right. Thank you, Miss Mo.
All right. Thank you, Miss Joni. Thank y'all. Love y'all. See y'all
All right.
tomorrow.
We'll see y'all back at 2:00. Y'all, we are back. Success sessions. Man, we got Miss Kaitlyn coming on in a second. She doing all that academic stuff. So if you have not already, send her whatever academic stuff you want to talk about. I tagged her in my last post for academics. So send her your work. If you want to jump on here live and talk to her live to get help, hit me up. I will actually send you the code and you can jump right on here with her. But I'm talking everything. The packets that you got from school, any homework, any classwork. If your teachers have been emailing you packets on the side, like bring all that work here. Like when I tell y'all, Miss Kaitlyn is a beast. Miss Kaitlyn is a beast when
Oh
it
my
comes to this
gosh, what are you
academic
saying
stuff.
about me? What is going on?
Hey, Miss Kaitlyn.
Oh, hey.
I had to let them know right fast. Like you beast when it comes to this stuff.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I don't know if it's true, but I appreciate it.
It is absolutely true. How you doing today? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Good. How you doing?
Good. I can't complain at all. We done had some great sessions today. I'm excited.
Yeah. Give me a recap. What's been happening so far?
Well, so first of all, we just got a sick lineup for guest speakers for this week.
That's
so
awesome.
we had Miss P today. She talked about the $500 contest she's running. And what I didn't realize that she clarified, she giving away $500 3 times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and $200 3 times and $150. So depending on like your bracket, so like elementary, they in their own little thing. It's going to be a winner for elementary. Middle school is going to be a winner for middle school. High school is going to be a winner for high school.
Wow.
And people who are out of high school can collaborate with people who are in high school. It's just like Rona revenue. That's just too easy.
That's amazing.
That's just too easy. And then we have we talking parole, probation, all things criminal justice tomorrow with Agent Dabney, who, if I don't know if you knew this, is my sister.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I did not know that.
Yeah, that's my sister. So that's gonna be interesting. Yeah. She's high up in the government with that type of stuff.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Yeah, so she's gonna be talking all things criminal justice. And then we got Dr. Josh Sharfstein.
Yeah, I saw that.
I know.
Crazy. That's wild. Super cool.
Really excited. I know, really excited. So
and what is he going to be talking about?
Lines. He's going to be talking about coronavirus.
Okay.
Just doing like a general Q&A,
okay.
Taking us a little bit behind the scenes of some of the stuff that he's working on. And,
yeah.
He's like right on the front lines of that whole thing. And then we got Miss Tiffany, the founder of Finding the Beauty in Your Struggle. And she's going to be talking about getting through adversity and all that type of stuff. I'm just excited, man.
Yeah, that's a great lineup. I love that.
I was just excited. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be super
cool. I guess from my end, I haven't gotten any questions yet over the weekend or today. So if people have questions, they're more than welcome to ask them. But I haven't gotten anything so far.
That's crazy. We had our GAB meeting on Friday, and everybody was going down all the whole list of all this academic stuff that they needed help with. And I'm like,
Simone even told me, she was like, "Get ready, you're about to have a lot of questions." And I was like, "Okay, I'm ready." And then I got none.
Slagging.
Yeah.
Slagging. People too comfortable, but you know what? It is what it is.
Yeah. One thing, have y'all talked about this in the sessions today, that we're now like stay at home or shelter in place?
No, and you know what? I was going to post that later, but can you talk to us a little bit about that? Because I think that's very important.
Yeah. So Governor Hogan today made an announcement around 11 a.m. that we are now stay at home, and other places, other states and other cities are calling this shelter in place. And basically what that means is that they really want you to stay in your houses. And so like, can you go out and go running or go out for exercise? Yes, you can do that, but you can only do it either by yourself or with a close, like someone who's in your household. That's what they want. You know, if you want to go running with a friend because you feel safer, I encourage you to do that. But or go exercise with a friend because you feel safer, you should do that. But they really are asking you to stay with the people within your household and not be having any contact with any other person. The other thing, yeah, so just not going out in big groups, not getting together with other people. I will say that public transportation is still running, but you have to be either going to somewhere like the grocery store or the pharmacy, or to work if you have an essential job. So like doctors and stuff will still be able to use the public transportation, but they're really hoping that people really aren't using it unless they need to. And then same with driving around in cars. If people are going to work, that's okay. If they're going to like the grocery store, that's okay. But other than that, they're really asking that people aren't driving around because they don't want people to go anywhere. So,
Oh man.
yeah, so it adds another level of this isolation, and I know we've been talking about that a lot and how hard that is, especially when maybe home is not like the greatest place. And so we're really going to have to, you know, use these online platforms and these spaces in order to connect with each other and keep talking about ourselves and our mental health and our well-being, because yeah, it just adds another level of this. So that's what I know about it so far. But if people have questions about that too, I can either answer them or I can also look them up really quick if we need to do that.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, that's kind of serious. That's real serious because at first it was just like, okay, this is a recommendation. We're advising you to do this, and then now it's like, no, it's like the law.
Yeah. I think I even read, and don't totally quote me on this, but I read that it's either a fine of up to $5,000 or like up to a year of jail time. And so I say that, but I also want to say that I think that's kind of a scare tactic. And so I just be careful, y'all. Be careful, because you know that Black and brown skinned people are the targets here in Baltimore. And so I just want to make sure that we're being safe and y'all are being safe, because I just don't want us to have any mistakes, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And then next thing you know, that'd be a reason why somebody did, oh, we thought that this or we thought that that. Yeah. No, that's a very important point. That's a very important point.
Yeah. So that's what I know for now. But
did they say about how long, like initially, is this going to be for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
I don't know. I haven't heard. I know that other cities have been doing this for a while, a couple weeks, and I don't know if they have an end date in mind right now. So, yeah. But any reactions to those things for the people who are on? I know there's just a couple people watching. Miss Joni, what's your reaction to that?
Man, I'm kind of mixed. It's like, you know, I think that Governor Hogan was being gracious with us and he was giving us an opportunity to try to, you know, do it ourselves. But, you know, obviously you got the hard-headed people when you got the people who just didn't take it serious. So I really do truly honestly believe that, you know, we kind of backed him into a corner, because he could have been like, you know, a lot of the other governors and just kind of, you know, put that out there. But I think that he was giving us some grace and some people just didn't take it serious. So I get why he's making it mandatory now, you know, like we got to be able to save lives. But two, it just adds like another component to, you know, okay, how do you still keep yourself afloat, you know, in this new environment? Because now he's not asking us, he's telling us.
Yeah.
You know, and even just some of the small things that I took for granted, you know, now I gotta kind of ease myself away from that. You know, I was going to visit my mom and, you know, making my little trips to the grocery market, and even just without heartbeats, you know, doing some of the small deliveries and some of the things like that. And it's like, now it's like, Gotta rethink all that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
It's crazy, crazy, crazy.
It's-
Daggone Rona, man. We ain't never gonna forget 2020.
No, we are not.
We ain't never gonna forget 2020.
Yeah, it's crazy. It honestly feels like this has been going on for so long. And when you think about it, it's been happening, what, like less than a month, but for us here in Maryland. And it just, yeah, it feels like it's lasted a long time already.
Yeah, for sure. No, you ain't even lying. Now I know Bree, she needed help with architecture. This was earlier though, in the previous session. So I don't know where she's at or if she's coming back. But what do we know about that? I don't know a thing.
Architecture? I don't know anything about
Oh.
architecture. But I can do my best to help out. Is that Amaya?
I think that's Amaya.
Cool. Hi, Amaya.
Man, she said architecture. I'm like, huh? What?
Yeah, I saw that in the comment earlier and I was like, wow, I hope that's not directed at me.
That was definitely directed at you. I told her, bring it. I need to retract that.
Yeah, we can work on it together.
Man, that's Maya. Hey, Maya. We're looking for some academic stuff to work on, man. This is by far the hardest session, the hardest one.
Yeah.
Man, but so many people were telling me that they go back and look at your other sessions and they like pause it and stop, write notes and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it don't have a whole lot of views, but I think it's like up to like 80 something views now. And I said, oh, like, yeah, young people that's going to watch it.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great.
Yeah. We in the same boat, Maya. We are in the same boat. Algebra 2.
Yeah. Well, Maya, if you have a specific question, shoot, and we can work on it together.
I'm telling you, Maya, by the time you're done with Miss Kaitlyn, she gonna make sure you got it. she gonna make sure
I try. What?
Hey, yo.
I mean, yes.
You crazy, Maya. You are crazy. And Maya, let me know if it's helpful, if you want me to send you the code, if you want to just join live. And then you can just come on and talk about it. If that's easier for you, let me know.
Joni, what were your least favorite and your favorite subjects in school?
My least favorite was anything having to do with math and science.
Really?
Yes. And the most favorite was English.
Okay.
Yeah. I just felt like in English, I got a little bit more of an opportunity to kind of be myself, especially with like writing projects and stuff like that. But math and science, I just couldn't get it. But now, and I'm not even gonna lie, listening to you, I see that it wasn't all my fault as a young person. Like I didn't connect with those teachers at all, and they weren't trying to connect with me. Like, you know how many times teachers told me I'm just dumb, I'm stupid, I'm never gonna get it, they wasting their time. Like, that's what I heard back in the day.
Unfortunately, that's like a super common thing. It's just so common, and it's so frustrating. It makes you wonder, like, why are those people teachers? Doesn't make any sense.
That's crazy. See, I didn't know back then. I was just a crazy little student. I didn't know anything. I just like, oh, well, maybe I am dumb. Maybe I just won't get it. But
yeah, it's so frustrating.
it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Maya, where'd you go? You got some questions for us?
Man, is it like anything like just like fundamentally for like algebra 2 that like maybe anybody watching, like even if they watch the replay, that would be like helpful in helping them understand?
I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know all algebra 2 off the top of my head. I just don't know where to start is the problem. But let me see. She's trying to log into Khan Academy.
Cool.
I guess. I'm trying to think. Maya, what did we work on the other day? We worked on something. I mean, yeah, we could do some rational equations, which is what Amaya and I were working on the other day. Let me just get some examples.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good. And Maya, you feel free to jump in anytime. Put your stuff in.
Rational equations. Perfect.
See, you was already, I told y'all Miss Kaitlyn is a beast, man. Was already on it.
Okay, I'm just plugging this in so I can write. And I'm gonna get some. Okay. All right. Maya, can you send me a picture of one of the ones you want to work on? I'll start with one and then I can come to that one that you send me. Let me share this.
Yeah, I sure can, Maya. I'm about to give you the code now. Hey.
Oh, perfect.
DM me real quick, Maya, so I can just reply to the DM because my IG is jumping right now. And I don't want to waste your time.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I guess I will start with well, let me see. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know which ones are going to be most helpful. Sorry. I'm being real slow.
No, you good. I just gave Maya the code too.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there she go.
Yes, good. How you doing? Oh, I can't hear her. Can you hear?
Hi.
There she goes.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah. I know. We're getting through it together.
I'm trying to not give into frustration.
Okay, that's good. That's a good first step. All right. Can you tell me one that you want to work on?
So
Maya must have froze up. You froze up, baby.
the thing kept going backwards. I don't understand when they talk about like I understand the process because we did it already, but when you got to the last part where we got the numbers,
Where we had to check them. So let me start. I guess I'll walk us through the one that we did the other day. Okay, Maya, that you and I did.
hello?
Oh, you here? You here with us?
Yeah. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just sent you onto your DMs. I had to go get it.
Cool. Okay. So, all right, we got a negative, and then we got a 2 on top. Down below we have x times x plus 2 equals x plus 3 divided by x plus 2. Okay, and so what we're doing here is we are solving for x.
Mm.
Okay, so do you know what the first step might be between these, or the first step might be to solving this?
To put the two bottoms together and take out the x's.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good thought, and we do have to take something out. The first thing that I would do is I would notice that this thing right here, x plus 2, is the same as this thing right here, x plus 2 on the other side. Okay. And if I know that there is an x plus 2 on this side and an x plus 2 on this side, I know that we're going to be able to get rid of them. And the way that we're going to be able to get rid of them is if we multiply both sides by x plus 2. Okay, so I'm going to move this to the middle. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to multiply both sides by x plus 2. Okay, and what this is going to do is we're going to be able to cross out, because they're going to cancel out. This one cancels out with this one. This one cancels out with this one. Okay, so now all of those x plus 2's are gone. Okay, so we can rewrite our equation, and now it's going to be a much simpler equation. So we're going to have -2 over x equals x plus 3. Okay. So now we have a much simpler equation, right?
Yeah.
So do you know how to get both x's on one side?
You have to do the same thing you did above, multiply.
Yeah, multiply. So what I'm going to do is, again, in red, I'm going to multiply both sides by x because we want to get rid of this x on the bottom, right? And so this x and this x are going to cancel out. And then I'm going to multiply these two. So I'm going to rewrite my equation. So now all we have is -2 equals x times x plus 3. Okay. So now what we can do is we're going to multiply. We're basically going to simplify this side of the equation. So we are going to multiply this x in. So when I do an arrow like this, for those of you who've watched the other videos, when I do an arrow like that, that means I'm multiplying. So in this red arrow, I'm multiplying x times x. Okay, and then this second arrow, I'm multiplying x times 3. Okay, and what that's going to equal, if we do our equation down here, if we rewrite it, is it's going to equal x times x is x squared. And then it's going to be plus x times 3, which is 3x. Okay, so the next step in this is that we want everything to be on one side of the equal sign. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this -2 and we're going to have to move it to the other side, right? And so to do that, we're just going to add 2 to both sides. Okay, +2 and +2. So what we're going to end up with is 0 equals x squared plus 3x plus 2. Okay. So then the last step in this, and I'm going to move this up now. Okay, the last step in this is that we need to factor this out, factor this, so that we can figure out what x is going to equal. Maya, do you remember how to factor using any of the methods?
You mean what we talked about last time?
Yeah.
Or so I remember the bit that I do remember is that we have to combine the whole numbers and combine the like terms, which we don't have any right now. And then we have to what's that? Hold on. And then we got to do some type of multiplication.
Yeah. So the way that I would do it is there's a lot of different ways that you can factor. But the way that I would do it is I would find all the factors of this number, right? And remember that a factor is two numbers that you multiply together to get this answer.
My librarian, she was teaching me something like that. She told me to write out the factors of 2 and to see what equal to 3.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to lay out these factors. So the only factors that I can think of are 2 and 1. So 2 times 1 equals 2, right? That's why those are factors. Okay. So then all we have to do is we take these two numbers and we put them in our brackets. Okay, so we're going to have plus 2 and plus 1, right? And then the
And
thing
we
that
have
goes
two
in
X's.
this spot right here is just going to be our x. Okay, because we just have, you can think about this x squared right here as having a 1 in front of it. So it's 1x squared. Okay, so each of these are just going to be 1x. So I'm going to put an x here, and I'm going to put an x here. Okay. So now, to finish this off, both of these things equal 0. So we just have to solve in each of these different brackets, in this one, and then in this one, what does x equal? So for this very first one, it's x plus 2 equals 0. And so if we solve for x, we just minus 2 from both sides, and we get x equals -2.
Mm-hmm.
And then for this one, it's x plus 1 equals 0, right? And so if we minus
We
1,
got a -1.
yep, then x is going to equal -1. Okay, so right now we have 2 possible answers that x could be. And then Maya, what's the last thing that we have to do in order to know which one is the correct answer?
We have to plug it back into the original problem.
Yeah, we have to plug it back into the original problem. So I'm going to go up here. And I am going to, I'll rewrite the original problem. So it's, actually, I'm just going to look at the picture again. It is -2 over x plus 2 equals x plus 3 divided by x plus 2. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and plug in, let's do this in a different color. Let's do this one in blue. Okay, so let's plug in the purple one first. We're going to plug in the -2. So when we do this, I'll just make it purple. It's going to be -2 divided by -2 times -2 plus 2 equals -2 plus 3 divided by -2 plus 2. Okay. So there's something really, really important here. Very, very important. And it's a very obvious thing, and it can save us a lot of time. Okay. The thing is this. -2 plus 2 equals what number?
-2 plus 2 equals 0.
Yeah, it equals 0. Okay. So this is really, really important, because if you have a 0 at the bottom of your fraction, that means that this equation is what's called undefined. Okay. Basically, in other words, AKA impossible. Okay. So that can't be one of your solutions, because you can never have a 0 on the bottom of your fraction. Okay. So we know right away that x equals -2 is not going to be the answer. Okay. And I didn't even have to solve the whole equation. The only thing I had to recognize was that there's a 0 on the bottom of this. And so I just know that that's not the answer, because it's impossible to have a 0 on the bottom of your fraction in these cases. Okay, because that makes it.
Okay.
So I'm
So
gonna.
it's impossible to have a 0 on the bottom, but is it possible to have a 0 at the top?
Yeah, that's a great question. It is possible to have a 0 on the top. So if I'm just looking at a regular fraction, let's say I have, so a normal fraction would be like 1/2, right? But let's say I had a 0 on the top, 0 divided by 2, right? 0 divided by 2 is just 0. Because if you have 0, if you have nothing and you divide it by 2, you still have nothing, right? But if I have 1 divided by 0, this is what makes it undefined. Okay, because if you have a whole number, like a one thing, you have one apple, can you divide that thing by 0? No. No, because what does that even mean to divide something by 0, right? And so this is what's called undefined. Okay, so this is possible, this not possible.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
Can you go back up to the top?
Yep.
To the one?
To this?
No, all the way to the top. I want to take some screenshots.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you can go down to the 2.
To this part?
You can go down a little bit. Okay. That's good. Up a little bit, my bad.
To here?
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
See, now that one was a bit easier because the other one, I had you up until the part where it was just like, where you got to the 0 equal x squared plus 3x plus 2. That's where I had you the last time, but then after I was like, huh?
I know. Yeah, it's because this factoring part right here, this is confusing, right? Because there's a lot of different ways that you can factor this number and get those numbers into the brackets, these two things right here. And so you kind of just have to learn those tricks and practice them over and over. But I agree that that factoring can be really tricky.
Sure enough. And I know I'm gonna have to really hunker down and really do it because it's gonna take some time for me to understand fully.
Totally.
I wish that my math teacher would have just already had me at that stage, but unfortunately it didn't work that way.
Yeah. I mean, and math is hard in general. Like,
yeah.
Do you have another one that you want to try, or do you want to practice factoring some?
I can go look if y'all don't mind me glitching a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is good, man. This stuff is interesting.
It is.
For real, especially for a person like me who like don't like math.
Right. Are you liking it a little more than you did in high school?
Oh yeah, a whole lot more. If I would have had you as my teacher, Miss Kaitlyn, I'd probably be a whiz. I'd be a mathematical genius, right, Maya?
Exactly.
Man, what? Because number one, I wouldn't have been discouraged to learn it. You know, I wouldn't have felt bad about myself. I just would have recognized that, okay, you know, kind of like how Maya said, I got to hunker down. I got to do a little bit more and not thinking that I was the problem. Like that was like, you know, probably the biggest thing for me. Like I thought I was the problem.
Yeah.
I just like my math teacher is so sarcastic. You can ask her one question and she'll make you seem like you stupid.
Didn't I just say that, Kaitlyn, before we started our session?
Yep, that is exactly what Joni said.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's frustrating.
Right.
Frustrating when people treat you with respect when you have a question, because it's totally normal and perfectly fine to have questions.
Right. And I was raised like no question is dumb. So when I asked the teacher a question that I don't think is dumb, she made me feel dumb. And I'm like, okay, bye.
I'm sorry that happened. That's not cool.
I don't understand that woman. Like I don't.
Yeah.
Like I'll be getting like, this is so ashamed to say out loud, but I like my last test, I got a 3 out of 37. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And I really studied for that test. So I was like, oh yes, I actually studied some time. Yes, I'm gonna do good. I'm gonna do good. Nope. I'm like, this is a mess.
All right. Well, we're here to help. Do you have another problem you want to go over?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh, you did. Okay. Okay. Is this one? 3 divided by 2k equals 5?
Yeah.
Cool. We can do this one for sure. Okay. My question for you is, how are we going to get rid of this bottom part? How are we going to get rid of that 2k?
I thought we had to find out what the K equal to.
We do. Oh, that's a great question. I'm phrasing it wrong. How are we going to get rid of it on the bottom of this fraction? Because truly, fractions are horrible, right? So we want to get rid of all the fractions. And so the step to doing that is to getting rid of the denominator, the bottom of the fraction. So what's a way that we can get rid of the bottom of this fraction?
Like in my head, I'm thinking like you put a 1 over the 5.
Sure, let's do it. Then what?
Then like the way I was told that you multiply across, and then when you get to the 5 multiplied by the 2k.
So like this. Multiply those two?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And then what do we do with the 3 and the 1?
They just multiply together, it just equals 3.
Yeah, so we're going to multiply them together as well. So this is the way that I always do it too. It's kind of this X method, and I just multiply the bottom here by the top here, and then the bottom here by the top here. Okay, so we can do that, and it's going to give us 2x times 5 equals 3. Or 2k, sorry. So now we have a much simpler equation, right? Because we don't have any fractions in here. So what are we going to do with, what are we going to do with this? What is 2k times 5?
I don't know, because I think in my head, like you multiply the two numbers. I don't know what you would do with the k.
Okay, great question. So you're right. We're going to multiply the two numbers. So what is 2 times 5?
10.
10. Okay. So the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to pretend. So let's say that there was a k. Okay, I'm going to leave this problem really quick. Okay, and I'm going to do this. 2k times 5k. Okay. So you had on the right track, we multiply these two numbers together, right? And we get 10. If there was a k, if it was 2k times 5k, what would we do here? What's the next step?
You bring down k squared.
Yeah, and why is it k squared and not just k?
Because there's two k's, and 2k together make a 8k squared.
Yeah, exactly right. So we basically, what we do is we multiply this k and this k together, right? So when we multiply them together, we get k squared. So the answer to this is 10k squared. Okay, but let's come back up here. Now we don't have a k right here, right? There's no k after the 5. But instead of being a k, what is there? There's something right here. We could put something right here. What could we put? 5. What? We could put a 1.
Why?
Because what is 5 times 1? 5, right? So you can put a 1 after anything. We could put a 1 right here. 3 times 1, it's 3, right? 5 times 1, it's 5. 3 times 1, it's 3. 10 times 1, it's 10, right? So you can multiply anything by 1 and it doesn't change anything at all. But it's helpful for us to realize that, so similar to how we did this down here, where we multiplied the two k's together, we're doing a similar thing up here. We're just going to multiply this k. Instead of by a k, we're going to multiply it by a 1.
Yeah.
Right? And what does k times 1 equal?
K.
K. Yeah. So all we have to do is bring down the k. Okay.
And that would equal 3.
Equals 3. Yep. So then to get rid of this 10, we just divide both sides by 10. Right? And that is going to give us
k equals 3
over 10. How do you feel about that one?
I felt good about that one because it kind of like I understood algebra 1. So that kind of referred back to algebra 1, so it made sense more.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Why don't we, do you have another one in mind? Or do you want me to give you one?
You can give me one.
Okay.
Practice makes perfect.
Practice makes perfect. You're so right. Okay, let's do one sort of similar to what we just did. So, and I'll have you walk me through it, okay?
Okay. So, can we go back real quick
Yep.
to the one? All right. So, while doing it with you, because I was digging it down, right?
Mhm.
So when I put it into the Khan Academy, it's saying that it's wrong or something.
Okay,
So
well, let's check our answer and see if we did it right, because maybe we didn't do it right.
Well, maybe I didn't put it in right.
Well, maybe, but maybe we didn't do it right. And it's always, to be honest, good practice to check our work.
True.
So let's plug it back in. And I always mark this with a little check to make sure we're checking it. So we can do 3 divided by 2 times 3 over 10 equals 5. So
Would you take the 3 over 10 and put it under the 5 or no?
I think what I would do first is simplify this part of the equation. So this part of the equation is 2 times 3 over 10. What's
Yeah.
a way that we could simplify that?
Turn a fraction into a full number or a decimal.
We could do that, but there's a simpler way to do this. Or I guess to keep it as a fraction. So I can do 2. 2 is the same as 2 divided by 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because 2 divided by 1 is just 2. And then I can multiply by 3/10. Okay. So what is 2 times 3?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
What is 2 times 3?
Oh, 2 times 3 is 6.
Uh-huh. And then what is 1 times 10?
10.
10. Yeah. So this fraction is now 6 over 10. Right? So I'm just going to take this clip down here. So now we have 3 divided by 6 over 10 equals 5. Okay. So now how are we going to get rid of this fraction that's on the bottom? How are we going to get rid of this part? Because we don't like fractions, and we have 2 fractions here, and we really want to get rid of them. So how are we going to get rid of this 6 over 10?
Repeat the process.
Yeah. What I would do is, remember how up here we multiplied, we multiplied the top and the bottom, right? If it was x, and then we multiplied by x. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to multiply both sides by 6 over 10. And to be honest, I really hate fractions, so I hope I'm doing this right, and we will make sure we are. Yeah. Okay. Times 6 over 10. So this is going to get rid of it here. Right? And then we have to Okay, cool. And then we have to do it here. So remember how we just multiplied our fractions. So we are multiplying this by 6 over 10. So right now our equation looks like this. 3 equals 5 times 6 over 10. Okay.
Mhm.
Now we have to simplify because we still have a fraction. We have to simplify this portion of it. Based on what we did right here, how are we going to simplify this fraction?
We do 5 over 1.
So we do 5 over 1. Yep. Then what?
And then multiply across.
Yep. So 5 times 6 is what? It's okay. Take your time.
I think is 22.
Try again. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay, so 30.
So 5 times 6 is 30. And then divided by 1 times 10. And we know 1 times 10 is what?
10.
Okay. So we have 30 over 10.
So that would equal 3.
That equals 3. Good. So what do we just do here? We checked that now our equation basically says 3 equals 3, right? We're taking this 3, 3. Right? So we double checked it. We made sure that it was good.
Okay.
So what are your answers in Khan Academy? Like, what are the options that you could put in?
Oh no, you had to write the answer in the box.
Oh, you did? And did you write 3 over 10?
Yeah.
And what can 3 over 10 also be written as?
3. 3 equals 3.
Not 3, but close to 3. I mean,
30 over 10.
3 over 10, if you divide it, you will get 0.3.
Oh.
Right?
Okay. I see where you at now.
Yeah, so maybe they're asking for the decimal version instead of the fraction version.
Okay.
Did that work out?
Yeah, it worked.
Cool. Okay. All right, we got time for one more. Do you want to do one more?
Sure.
Cool. Do you want to give it to me or you want me to give it to you?
I can give it to you if you don't mind.
I can give it to you. Yeah. Wait, is that what you just said? You want
Yeah.
me? Okay, cool. All
So
right.
I sent it to you.
Perfect. Okay, so we have 4r minus 6 divided by r minus 7 equals 1 over 2. Okay?
Okay.
Cool, cool, cool. I think you know what this first step is because you explained it to me earlier. So, what's the first step? What are we going to do to get rid of these annoying fractions?
We have to take out the r's, so we got to divide the equation of the r's on the other ends.
But remember that you made this super, super easy. Instead of doing it separately, you can just multiply across, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So this is going to make our equation 2 times 4r minus 6 equals r minus 7. You follow me?
Yes, see.
Okay. What is the next, what's the next step that we're going to do here?
The next step would be your next step would be trying to put the 2 into the 4r and the 6.
Yes, girl. All right. So I'm going to multiply the 2 times the 4r, and remember that arrow means I'm multiplying, and then I'm going to do the 2 times the -6. Okay, so you tell me, what is our equation going to look like now?
It's going to look like 6r.
Hold on, you're multiplying. 2 times
Oh, wait. 8r,
Yup.
and then that would be 2 times -6.
Mm-hmm.
Oy. -12.
Yep. 8r minus 12 equals, and the other side stays the same, so r minus 7.
Mhm.
All right. Now what do we do? Because we have r's on both sides. So what are we going to do next?
You trying to take the r's out, or push them to the one, or push both r's to one side?
Yeah, exactly. I want to push both r's to one side. So which one do we want to do? Doesn't matter to me.
I'm gonna say the easiest, r minus 7.
Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to subtract r here. So I still have that -7 on this side. I'm leaving this here, but I'm just going to subtract the r, and then I'm going to subtract the r from here. Okay, so what does our equation look like now?
8 minus 12 equal -7.
Okay, but you forgot this part. Remember that I minus an r from that side.
Yeah. But when you take it out, like,
So what is 8r minus r?
8.
Ooh, oh, that's a great thought. Actually, what I'm doing here is I am subtracting. Remember how I said you could put a 1 in front of anything?
Oh, so the 1 next to 12.
Yes, you could put a 1 next to the 12. But what I'm doing here is I'm putting a 1 next to the r. So what I'm really doing here is saying 8r minus 1r.
So 7.
7r.
R.
Yeah, because I still have 7 r's. I just got rid of one of them.
Okay.
Okay. So I have 7r minus 12 equals -7. Okay, what's next?
Next. You should divide, right?
Ooh, but I have 2 things. I want this r all by itself. So what do I have to do? I want
thought
this to be all by itself.
I'm confused because I thought you would divide the 7r minus 12 over 7. Or do you have to take the 12 out first?
Yeah, you got it. You have to take the 12 out. You have to put it on the other side.
Okay.
Right, because I just want, basically what I want is the r's to be all by themselves and then everything else on the other side of the equation.
Oh, so that would be plus 12 on both sides.
Plus 12 on both sides. Okay. So what's my equation going to look like now?
It's going to look like 7r equals -7 plus 12.
Yep, and what is -7 plus 12?
What you mean?
Like, how do I simplify that?
Oh.
Remember that -7 plus 12 is the same thing as 12 minus 7.
Oh.
These are the same.
Okay, so -7 plus 12. That'd be 5.
Yeah, it'd be 5. Perfect. And so, last step in this equation is what? What are we going to do to get r all by its lonesome?
Divide by 7.
Booyah. Yep, we're going to divide by 7. 7 on this side, 7 on this side. We're going to cancel those out. And so what is our answer?
R equals 5 over 7.
R equals 5 over 7. Yep. Great. So let's check it really quick and see if it works out.
So would there be any way to simplify 5/7?
That's a great question. You can always make it into a decimal form. To be honest, off the top of my head, I don't know what it is. If I had this, I would plug that into my calculator and I would get a decimal for it. So if I do that, I'm literally using my phone as a calculator right now. 5 divided by 7 is 0.71. Okay, so that might be what they're looking for, but when we check our answer, it's actually going to be easier and we won't have to use a calculator if we check it with this fraction form. Okay, so let's remind ourselves what this was really quick. 4r minus 6. Joni, is it okay that we go just a couple minutes over?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we good. We good. Okay. Yeah, you got time.
Cool. So 4r minus.
Hold on.
Everyone just get that announcement.
Everybody just got this announcement. It should stay at home or at 8 p.m. tonight. So everybody better get in the house.
That equals 1/2. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be a really annoying one to check because we have lots of fractions, right?
Yes.
So, okay. Let's plug it in. Okay. We're going to do 4 times 5/7 minus 6 equals 5/7 minus 7 equals 1/2 or 1/2. Oh, fractions are so annoying. Okay. All right. We can do this. We can do this. We got this. Okay. So when we are, let's start with this bottom part right here.
Okay.
When we are subtracting, adding or subtracting fractions, what is the most important thing?
That you have to make both sides fractions.
Yes, you have to make both sides fractions, and most importantly, you have to make the denominator, the bottom, you have to make those equal for both fractions, right?
Yeah.
So let's do this a little separately. So we go 7. Okay, so right now we have 7/1, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how are we going to get this fraction right here, the 7/1? How are we going to get the bottom to be a 7?
Because you have to multiply across the bottom. So 7. 7 times 1 is 7.
So we're going to do 7 times 1 is 7.
Yeah.
And then what are we going to, I'm going to just erase this really quick. What are we going to do to the top part?
I'm sorry. I had a yarn.
You're fine.
With the 5, didn't you multiply across? But when you erase the 5 and you just have the 7.
This is a little tiny bit different. So just a quick thing about fractions. I'm going to just explain something here. So this 7 divided by 7, what does 7 divided by 7 equal?
1.
Yeah, 1, right? So really what I'm doing here is I'm multiplying 7 divided by 1. I'm multiplying it by 1, but I'm just writing it in a different way. I'm writing it as 7/7. Okay, so I just basically multiplied 7 divided by 1 times 7/7 or 1. And what I get is 7 times 7, which is 49, divided by 1 times 7, which equals 7.
Okay.
Following?
Yeah, I'm following.
Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this right here, Because basically 49 over 7 is the same thing as 7. It's just written in a different way, right? So I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it into our equation. Okay, so I'm going to say 49 over 7. Okay. So now what we can do is say, we can do this, and basically what it turns into is 5 minus 49. Okay, so what is 5 minus 49? That's going to be some crazy negative number, right? 5 minus 49. But remember what we talked about earlier is that 5 minus 49 is the same thing as 49 minus 5 with a negative, right?
Yeah.
So what's 49 minus 5?
44.
Yeah, 44. I just realized we maybe made a mistake.
Oops.
Aha, we did make a mistake. Okay, because this is going to be minus 44. Okay, I just realized we made a mistake up here. Do you know what our mistake is? So see how we did this? 49 minus 5 would equal 44, but remember that we have to make it negative because 5 minus 49 is going to be negative, right?
Yes.
We forgot to do that up here. We did this.
I understand what you're saying.
Right? So this should have been negative 5.
Yeah.
So this
So negative 5 over 7.
Yeah, it should have been negative 5 over 7. Okay, which actually changes things for us right now. Because if I'm going to erase these things just to give us more space. Because now what we have, it's fine. This is just negative 5 over 7, right? Minus 49. So in fact, we're going to have negative 5 minus 49, but that's going to be the same as what? It's the same as 49 plus 5, but it's going to equal a negative. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Because when you reverse it, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just instead of it being a negative, it's a positive, but your outcome is going to be a negative still.
Exactly. So what is 49 plus 5?
54, negative 54.
Yep, negative 54. Okay, so I am going to rewrite our equation down here. So now we have 4 times 5 over 7 divided by negative 54 over 7 equals 1/2. Okay. Oops. There's a minus 6 up here. Okay. So let's get rid of this part now. The 4 times 5 over 7. Okay.
Okay.
So 4 times 5 over 7. Remember that it's 4 over 1 times 5 over 7. So what is this fraction going to equal? Or yeah, when we multiply these two together.
It's going to be, the bottom is going to be 7. Would the top be 20?
Yep, exactly. Okay, so I'm going to rewrite it again. That was a quick one. So 20 divided by 7 minus 6 over negative 54 divided by 7
Equal 1/2.
1/2. Okay? Okay, the last part that we need to get rid of before we can make some progress on this is this part right here, right? Because we still have a fraction minus a whole number up top. So we're going to do the same thing. We want the 6 to turn into a fraction now.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do in order to get it to have a 7 on the bottom? So right now we have 6 over 1. Or what are we going to multiply by?
20 over 7.
Not 20 over 7. This is what we are.
7 over. Maybe.
We need to make this 6 have a 7 on the bottom.
Yeah.
So what are we going to do for that?
You mean what you gonna do to make the one a 7?
Uh-huh.
Times it by 7.
Yep, times it by 7. But if I times it by a 7 on the bottom, what do I have to times it by on the top?
1.
Nope.
7 again?
7 again. Remember? Because 7 over 7 equals 1. Okay?
Yeah. I see how it ties back.
Yep. And so this is going to be, it's going to turn in, what is 6 times 7? I can give that one to you if you want.
That's fine.
Here, I got you. It's 42.
From 7, yeah.
So 42 over 7. Okay, so what we now have on top, we're going to bring it back up here. And we have 20 divided by 7 over 42 divided by 7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now we're going to do 20 minus 42, which is the same thing as 42 minus 20, but then it's going to equal negative.
Mm-hmm.
So what's 42 minus 20?
22.
22?
Mm-hmm.
So negative 22. Okay, wow. We got a lot of fractions going on. Negative 22 over 7 divided by negative 54 over 7 equals 1/2. Is this going to work out for us?
Hopefully.
If not, I blame it all on the fractions. I'm serious.
If not, I blame Khan Academy.
I blame Khan Academy too. Okay, let's see how it goes. All right. So to get rid of this fraction on the bottom, I'm going to multiply both sides by negative 54 over 7. Okay, so these are going to cancel out. And what we are going to be left with is negative 22 over 7 equals, if we multiply these two fractions together, the 1/2 and this, what is 1 times negative 54?
Negative 54.
Negative 54. And then what is 2 times 7?
14.
14. Oh my gosh, I'm really scared that this is not going to be the answer that we want. I'm seriously really scared right now. 22 divided by 7. Oh my gosh, I don't think it is.
Ah,
Oh, all our hard work. I'm so sad.
we can blame the math site, Khan Academy.
I am 100% going to blame the math site, Khan Academy.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, I've led us astray. I don't know what I've done wrong, but so
a sheepdog.
This why everyone knows why I'm freaking out right now is because this, if you do 54 over 14, it's negative 3.86. And if you do 22 over 7, it's negative 3.14. And these, my friends, are not the same answer. And I'm so annoyed right now.
Right, like, really? I think the fractions that messed up. The fractions did it.
I'm telling you, fractions are the worst. Okay. I say we come back to this one because I need to do it on my own time. I need to work on, you know what I'm going to be doing tonight?
No further embarrassment.
Watch the last 15 minutes of us verifying this equation.
That is wrong, right?
Wrong. At least our verification is wrong. I don't know if our answer is wrong.
Wrong, right?
Okay. I'm leaving on a real low note, and my computer is about to die.
Oh no!
Let's see.
Well, y'all did great, man. Thank you so much, Miss Kaitlyn.
Thank you.
I had to put myself on mute. I was over here dying.
I'm dying now. I'm so sweaty right now.
Like, don't act.
It's okay. It's okay. Miss Kaitlyn is back with us on Wednesday. So we definitely gonna pick this back up, get it all cleared up and stuff like
get it
that.
all cleared up.
Yeah, man. Thank you
Sorry,
so
everyone.
much,
This
Miss
is-
Kaitlyn. You've been amazing as always. Maya, was this helpful though?
Yes, very much so, because I would have been looking at that and just gave up. I
all right, all right.
Yeah,
appreciate
good.
the effort for the last one.
Thank you. I appreciate your effort in sticking with me. All right, friends. I need to go. I need to go do this math equation, and then I need to go to class.
All right. See you, Miss Kaitlyn. Thank you so much.
Hey, love y'all.
I love you too. Bye-bye. Oh man, yo, it's always mad fun, man. It's always a good time. Shout out to Miss Kaitlyn, man, because she puts her all into the academic session. So again, I can't stress this enough. If you have anything academic that you want to go over, send it to her, DM her. I tagged her in my Instagram post, so you can DM her, you can DM it to me. And if you want to get on here live, we can get you on here live and work on your equation. So we a whole 15 minutes past our time, y'all. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. But before I let you go, let me tell you about tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm super duper excited because we got Agent Dabney coming. So we're talking all things criminal justice, all things supervision and probation. So if you know anybody that's involved with the law, meaning that they might be on probation, they on a box, whatever the case may be, they got upcoming court dates. Tomorrow is the session that you want to be in, get all your questions answered, talk to somebody who is in the system, who's a senior person in the system and can answer your questions and provide clarification. And also, if you are considering any type of law enforcement or criminal justice or anything like that, if you are considering that as a career path, tomorrow is also the session that you want to join. So that way you can get those questions answered about, what steps do you take and how do you get involved in that type of thing in terms of, getting involved in law enforcement. And if y'all didn't know, Agent Dabney is my sister, like my real sister, like same mother, sister. So it's going to be an interesting conversation tomorrow. All right, y'all, success sessions, man. If you found any of this helpful, please share it with somebody else, share it with the young person so that we can put other young people on to how you can still push through this whole Rona situation, keep yourself productive, keep yourself active, and keep learning, keep growing. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow, 10 a.m.